Some messages were never meant to be found, hidden in plain sight within sacred scriptures, etched into temple walls, or woven through myth and legend. For centuries, scholars have debated the meaning behind these cryptic phrases and symbols, dismissing some as metaphor, others as coincidence. But what if they were more? What if ancient texts across cultures carried concealed knowledge, shared codes, warnings, or truths that were never meant to vanish, only to be discovered when the time was right? Tonight, we're diving deep into 4+ hours of hidden messages that mainstream history rarely touches. Messages that might challenge everything we thought we understood about the ancient world. Before we begin, a quick note. You don't need to watch the visuals to enjoy this video. Let it play in the background while you relax, focus, or drift off to sleep. These stories will stay with you either way. And if this kind of deep exploration intrigues you, consider subscribing to the channel. Now, let's begin uncovering the secrets hidden in the texts of our ancestors. Leonardo da Vinci was more than just an artist. His notebooks reveal a man obsessed with encoding knowledge, a Renaissance genius who filled thousands of pages with mirror writing, strange symbols, and hidden messages that continue to baffle experts centuries later. But why would one of history's greatest minds go to such lengths to conceal his thoughts? What secrets did he fear would be discovered? The most obvious cipher in Leonardo's work is his famous mirror writing. Nearly all of his personal notes were written backward, from right to left, requiring a mirror to read them normally. At first glance, this seems like a simple privacy measure, a way to prevent casual onlookers from understanding his work. Some historians suggest it was merely a practical solution for the left-handed Leonardo, a technique that prevented him from smudging ink as he wrote. But others see something more deliberate in this choice, especially considering the dangerous times in which he lived. The Italian Renaissance was an era of religious persecution and intellectual suspicion. The Catholic Church maintained strict control over what ideas could be safely expressed. Leonardo's anatomical studies, which required the dissection of human cadavers, bordered on heresy. His scientific hypotheses often contradicted church doctrine. In this context, his backward writing takes on new significance. Was he simply protecting himself from accusations of heresy? Or was he encoding information he deemed too dangerous for general consumption? But the mirror writing is just the beginning of Leonardo's cryptographic techniques. Scattered throughout his notebooks are strange symbols, abbreviated words, and peculiar diagrams that seem to reference ideas beyond what's visibly illustrated. Some pages contain what appear to be coded references to his inventions, mathematical formulas presented in ways that obscure their true purpose, or anatomical observations disguised as architectural sketches. One of the most intriguing aspects of Leonardo's notebooks is their fragmented, disorganized nature. He rarely completed a thought on a single page, instead scattering related ideas across multiple notebooks, sometimes separated by years of work. This chaotic organization wasn't the result of a disorganized mind. Leonardo was methodical in almost everything he did. Some researchers suggest this fragmentation was intentional, a security measure that ensured no single notebook contained enough information to reveal his most controversial ideas in their entirety. Consider his designs for flying machines. These weren't mere fantasies, but carefully considered engineering projects. Yet the complete designs are never found in one place. A wing mechanism might appear in one notebook, calculations for lift in another, and observations about bird anatomy in a third. Only someone with access to all of his work and the key to understanding how these fragments fit together could grasp the full scope of his vision. Was this deliberate compartmentalization an early form of information security? The Codex Atlanticus, Leonardo's largest collection of papers, contains several pages with seemingly random strings of numbers and letters. For centuries, these were dismissed as practice scribbles or nonsensical jottings. Recent computer analysis suggests otherwise. Patterns have emerged that indicate these might be mathematical ciphers, possibly early attempts at developing codes for military communication. Leonardo spent years working for military patrons, designing weapons and fortifications. The need for secure communications would have been paramount in these contexts. Even more mysterious are Leonardo's anatomical drawings. While celebrated for their accuracy, they contain anomalies that puzzle modern medical experts. In some sketches, organs appear in slightly incorrect positions or with unusual features not found in human anatomy. Are these simply errors? Or did Leonardo deliberately introduce inaccuracies to his public work, reserving the true anatomical knowledge for his private records? Some researchers suggest these mistakes might be a form of watermarking, allowing Leonardo to identify if his work had been copied without permission. Perhaps the most tantalizing cipher appears in his studies of water. Leonardo was fascinated by hydrology, the movement of water in nature. His notebooks contain hundreds of drawings depicting whirlpools, currents, and the flow of water around obstacles. Hidden among these are recurring spiral patterns that some cryptographers believe may contain encoded mathematical formulas. These spirals appear too consistent to be random sketches, but don't correspond exactly to any natural phenomenon. What if they represented something else entirely? Perhaps a mathematical language that only Leonardo understood. Leonardo's interest in optics and perspective adds another layer to this mystery. He understood how light and shadow could conceal information, how anamorphic images could hide one picture within another when viewed from certain angles. Some researchers have speculated that his paintings might contain hidden images or messages visible only under specific lighting conditions, or when viewed with specially constructed lenses. Modern imaging technology has revealed underlying sketches and alterations in paintings like the Mona Lisa, but whether these contain intentional hidden messages remains controversial. The notebooks also contain numerous references to secret societies and esoteric knowledge. Leonardo mentions the Brotherhood several times without clarification. Was this merely a reference to a guild of artists, or something more clandestine? He collected ancient texts on alchemy, astrology, and mysticism, subjects that walked a dangerous line between early science and forbidden occult practices. His library contained works that would have raised eyebrows among church authorities, books that explored the boundaries of acceptable knowledge. In one particularly cryptic note, Leonardo writes about truths that should not be shared with all but reserved for high and discerning minds. What were these truths he felt compelled to protect, and who were the discerning minds he deemed worthy of this knowledge? The answer might lie in his mathematical studies, particularly his exploration of sacred geometry and the golden ratio. These concepts held deep spiritual significance during the Renaissance, connecting mathematical principles to divine creation. Leonardo's notebooks are filled with geometric studies that go far beyond practical applications for painting or architecture. Consider the Vitruvian Man, his famous drawing of human proportions. On the surface, it illustrates how the human form fits within perfect geometric shapes, the circle and square. But some scholars see deeper layers of meaning. The precise measurements and proportions correspond to ancient mathematical concepts with mystical significance. The drawing may be not just an anatomical study, but an encoded representation of the relationship between humanity, mathematics, and the divine, a visual cipher representing knowledge that couldn't be safely expressed in words. Leonardo's fascination with puzzles and wordplay adds credence to the cipher theory. He created rebuses, visual puzzles, and linguistic games throughout his life. One notebook contains what appears to be a constructed language, with symbols that don't correspond to any known alphabet of his time. Was this merely creative experimentation, or an attempt to develop a truly private language for his most sensitive ideas? The mystery deepened in the 1960s when researchers discovered microscopic letters in several of Leonardo's sketches. Visible only under magnification, These tiny characters spell out words and phrases that seem unrelated to the larger drawings. Were these accidental ink marks, as some suggest? Or was Leonardo experimenting with microfont technology centuries before it became common, perhaps as another method of hiding information in plain sight? What we do know is that Leonardo lived in dangerous times for a man of intellect. His contemporary, Galileo, would later face house arrest for scientific ideas that challenged church doctrine. Giordano Bruno was burned at the stake for cosmological theories that contradicted religious teaching. Leonardo's anatomical studies, his explorations of the origins of fossils and geological time, and his mechanical inventions all pushed the boundaries of acceptable knowledge. His need for secrecy was not paranoia but practical necessity. Perhaps the most compelling evidence for intentional ciphers comes from Leonardo's own words. In one notebook he writes, "Do not reveal if freedom is dear to you, because my face is the prison of love." This cryptic statement has been interpreted as a warning about the dangers of sharing certain kinds of knowledge too freely. In another passage, he explicitly discusses methods of secret communication, describing how to send messages using invisible inks made from organic compounds. 5 centuries after his death, Leonardo's notebooks continue to prompt new questions. As modern technology allows us to examine his work with unprecedented detail, we discover new layers of complexity. Infrared scans reveal hidden sketches beneath the visible drawings. Chemical analysis identifies unusual compounds in his inks. Computer algorithms detect patterns in his seemingly chaotic organization. Each discovery brings us closer to understanding the full scope of his genius, yet also deepens the mystery of what he might have been hiding. Were Leonardo's ciphers protecting revolutionary scientific ideas that were ahead of their time? Were they concealing forbidden knowledge that challenged religious orthodoxy? Or were they simply the private musings of a mind that thought differently from anyone else of his era? The notebooks themselves offer tantalizing clues but no definitive answers. Like the slight smile on the Mona Lisa, they keep their secrets, revealing just enough to make us wonder what lies beneath the surface. What remains clear is that Leonardo understood something profound about information. Knowledge is power, and power must sometimes be protected, encoded, fragmented, and hidden until the world is ready to receive it. His notebooks weren't just the work of a brilliant artist and inventor, but of a man who recognized that some truths might take centuries for humanity to fully comprehend. Hidden within the ancient text of the Bible, concealed beneath the surface of its familiar words and stories, some believe there exists a complex mathematical code, a cipher capable of predicting future events with astonishing accuracy. Assassinations, world wars, natural disasters, all supposedly foretold in patterns of letters that remained invisible for thousands of years. But is this really possible? Could one of the world's oldest religious texts contain a prophetic algorithm that has only recently been discovered? The controversy surrounding what has become known as the Bible Code represents one of the most fascinating intersections of ancient texts, modern mathematics, and our timeless desire to glimpse the future. The story of the Bible Code begins not with ancient prophets but with a modern mathematician. In the late 1980s, Eliyahu Rips, a respected Israeli mathematician specializing in group theory, began investigating patterns in the Hebrew text of the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible. Working with colleagues Doron Whitstam and Yov Rosenberg, Rips developed what would become known as equidistant letter sequence analysis, or ELS. The method was simple in concept but complex in execution. It involved removing all spaces from the Hebrew text and searching for words formed by sequences of letters separated by equal intervals. Imagine reading a text not just from left to right, but also vertically, diagonally, or in various patterns, every second letter, every 50th letter, and so on. According to Rips and his team, when this method was applied to the Torah, statistically significant patterns emerged. Names of historical figures appeared near relevant dates or events, seemingly encoded thousands of years before these people lived. The assassination of Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin, the moon landing, World War II, all supposedly predicted within the ancient text. In 1994, the findings were published in the peer-reviewed journal Statistical Science, lending credibility to what might otherwise have been dismissed as pseudoscience. The paper focused specifically on finding the names of famous rabbis and their dates of birth or death encoded in the book of Genesis. According to their statistical analysis, the probability of these patterns occurring by chance was extremely low. The Bible code suddenly became a serious subject of mathematical investigation. The concept captured public imagination in 1997 when journalist Michael Drosnin published his bestseller, The Bible Code, which expanded on Rip's research and made bold claims about prophecies hidden in the text. Drosnin went further than the original researchers, claiming to have discovered predictions of events like the Oklahoma City bombing and the collision of the Shoemaker-Levy comet with Jupiter. The book became a sensation, and soon people around the world were questioning whether the Bible might indeed contain messages from the future. What makes the Bible code so compelling to many is not just the idea of hidden prophecies, but the suggestion that this knowledge was deliberately encoded by an intelligence far beyond human capacity. The complexity of the code, if real, would have required computational abilities that didn't exist when the Bible was written. For religious believers, this suggested divine authorship. For others, it hinted at possibilities ranging from time travelers to ancient advanced civilizations passing knowledge forward. But the controversy was just beginning. Almost immediately, skeptics within the mathematical and statistical communities began to question the methodology and conclusions of the Bible code researchers. Critics pointed out several fundamental problems with the approach. First, the Hebrew text used in the research was a modern standardized version, not the original texts which contained variations in spelling and formatting. Second, Hebrew originally had no vowels. These were added later by scholars, creating potential inconsistencies in any letter-based code. Perhaps most damaging to the Bible code theory was the demonstration that similar codes could be found in any text of sufficient length. Skeptics applied the same ELS method to everything from War and Peace to Moby Dick, discovering similarly significant patterns and prophecies. In one famous example, Australian mathematician Brendan Mackay found references to the assassination of Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi encoded in Moby Dick, a novel written more than a century before her death. The problem, mathematicians explained, lay in the enormous flexibility of the ELS method. When you can search for patterns in any direction, with any skip sequence, across a text containing hundreds of thousands of letters, coincidental matches become not just possible but statistically inevitable. Furthermore, the Hebrew language presents particular challenges for such analysis. Its lack of vowel markings in ancient texts creates ambiguity, allowing multiple interpretations of the same letter sequences. Another issue was what statisticians call the problem of multiple comparisons. If you look for enough patterns in any dataset, some will appear significant purely by chance. Unless these patterns are specified in advance, finding them after the fact proves nothing statistically. Many of the Bible code predictions were identified only after the events had occurred, raising the question of whether they represented prophecy or post hoc pattern matching. Despite these criticisms, believers in the Bible code remained convinced. They argued that the statistical significance of certain codes exceeded what could be explained by chance alone. They pointed to cases where related words and phrases appeared in close proximity within the code, names near dates, events near locations, creating clusters that seemed too organized to be coincidental. The debate continued in academic journals and public forums, with neither side conceding ground. The controversy took another turn when researchers began exploring variations of the Bible code concept. Some looked not just for equidistant letter sequences, but for more complex patterns. Others applied similar techniques to religious texts from different traditions, claiming to find encoded messages in the Quran, the Hindu Vedas, and other ancient writings. The original concept had spawned an entire field of textual analysis, with both devotees and debunkers continuing to publish their findings. What makes the Bible code particularly interesting from a historical perspective is that it represents a modern revival of a very ancient tradition. Throughout history, people have searched for hidden meanings in sacred texts. Jewish mystical tradition includes gematria, a system of assigning numerical values to Hebrew letters to reveal hidden connections between words and concepts. Medieval Kabbalists developed elaborate systems for extracting secret knowledge from biblical passages. The modern Bible code, with its computer algorithms and statistical analysis, can be seen as a technological evolution of these age-old practices. The debate over the Bible code touches on fundamental questions about randomness, pattern recognition, and the human tendency to find meaning in coincidence. Our brains are wired to detect patterns. It's a survival mechanism that helped our ancestors identify predators hiding in tall grass or find subtle signs of edible plants. This same neural wiring makes us susceptible to seeing patterns where none exist, a phenomenon psychologists call pareidolia. Is the Bible code merely an elaborate example of this tendency, or does it represent something more profound? There's also the question of what we mean by code in this context. A true code implies intentionality, someone deliberately embedding information for future discovery. But many of the patterns identified by Bible code researchers could be explained as emergent properties, unintentional patterns that arise naturally in complex systems. Think of how the Fibonacci sequence appears throughout nature, from seashells to flower petals, not because someone designed it that way, but because it represents an efficient mathematical solution. For religious scholars, the Bible code controversy raises theological questions. If God did encode future events in the Bible, why do so in such an obscure manner, requiring modern computers to discover? What would be the purpose of such hidden knowledge, especially if it could only be understood after events had already occurred? And how does this concept of predetermined future events align with theological concepts of free will? Despite decades of debate, the controversy remains unresolved. Statistical Science, the journal that published the original paper, later acknowledged that its review process may not have been rigorous enough for such an extraordinary claim. Most mainstream mathematicians and statisticians consider the Bible code to be, at best, an interesting coincidence, and at worst, a misapplication of statistical methods. Yet believers continue to find new patterns and make new predictions based on their analyses. Perhaps the most interesting aspect of the Bible code phenomenon is what it reveals about our relationship with ancient texts in the modern age. As technology advances, we find new ways to analyze and interpret writings that have been studied for millennia. Whether through digital humanities projects that track word frequencies across literary corpora, or algorithmic approaches to authorship attribution, we are constantly developing new tools to extract meaning from old words. The Bible code represents one such attempt, controversial, perhaps flawed, but nevertheless fascinating in its ambition to bridge ancient wisdom and modern methodology. It asks us to consider whether the texts that have shaped human civilization for thousands of years might contain layers of meaning we are only now beginning to decipher. Even if the specific claims of Bible code researchers prove unfounded, the questions they raise about pattern, meaning, and prophecy continue to intrigue us, pointing to our enduring fascination with hidden knowledge and our desire to connect with the wisdom of the past. Lost to time, translated across a dozen languages, and shrouded in mystery, the Emerald Tablet is perhaps the most enigmatic ancient text ever discovered. This small stone artifact, inscribed with cryptic phrases about the nature of reality, has influenced alchemists, philosophers, and mystics for over 2,000 years. Though the original tablet has vanished into the mists of history, its words continue to perplex and inspire those who encounter them. What power did this ancient text contain? Was it truly the key to transmutation and eternal life that alchemists believed it to be? Or does it harbor an even deeper secret, a hidden message about the fundamental nature of consciousness and reality itself? The story of the Emerald Tablet begins in shadow and legend. According to the most widespread tradition, it was discovered in a crypt beneath the statue of Hermes in Tyana, clutched in the hands of the corpse of Hermes Trismegistus himself. This mythical figure, whose name means thrice greatest Hermes, was a syncretic combination of the Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth, both deities of writing, magic, and wisdom. Other legends claim the tablet was found by Sarah, the wife of Abraham, in a cave near Hebron. Still others attribute its discovery to Alexander the Great during his conquests. What all these origin stories share is their antiquity. The Emerald Tablet is undoubtedly ancient, with references to it appearing in texts from the early Christian era. But unlike other famous ancient writings, we have no original version to study. The earliest surviving references come from Arabic sources from around the 8th century. From there, it was translated into Latin during the 12th century, making its way into European alchemical traditions, where it would become arguably the most influential text in the history of Western alchemy. But what exactly was written on this mysterious tablet? The text itself is remarkably brief, consisting of just 13 or 14 lines depending on the translation. Yet those few sentences have generated volumes of interpretation and commentary. The most famous passage, a phrase that appears in nearly every version of the text, states, "As above, so below." This simple statement encapsulates the Hermetic principle of correspondence, suggesting that the macrocosm of the universe mirrors the microcosm of individual experience, that celestial patterns reflect terrestrial realities. The full text describes cryptic processes involving something rising from earth to heaven and then descending again, bringing with it the power of the above and the below. It speaks of separating the subtle from the gross and ascending from earth to heaven before returning to earth, thereby gaining power over all things. It mentions the sun as the father, the moon as the mother, the wind as carrier, and the earth as nurse. These obscure references seem to describe both physical processes and spiritual transformations simultaneously, a characteristic that made the text invaluable to alchemists. Medieval and Renaissance alchemists viewed the Emerald Tablet as nothing less than the master key to their great work. They believed that, properly understood, its cryptic phrases revealed the secret of the philosopher's stone, the legendary substance capable of turning base metals into gold and conferring immortality. Isaac Newton himself translated the text from Latin and was deeply influenced by its precepts, devoting as much time to alchemical experiments as to the physics and mathematics for which he is remembered today. What makes the Emerald Tablet particularly fascinating is its multi-layered nature. On one level, it can be read as a manual for physical alchemy, describing chemical processes using symbolic language. The sun might represent sulfur or gold, the moon silver or mercury. The separation of subtle from gross could refer to distillation processes. Many practical alchemists interpreted it this way, spending their lives in smoky laboratories attempting to decode its instructions. But another tradition saw the tablet as describing spiritual alchemy, the transformation of the human soul. In this interpretation, the chemical processes were metaphors for internal spiritual development. The philosopher's stone wasn't a physical substance, but a transformed consciousness. The gold being created wasn't metallic but metaphorical, representing enlightenment or spiritual perfection. This approach to the Emerald Tablet flourished in mystical traditions from the Sufi alchemists of the Islamic world to the Rosicrucians of early modern Europe. Adding to the mystery is the question of the tablet's physical nature. Was it actually made of emerald, as its name suggests? Most scholars believe the name refers to the color of the inscription rather than the material of the tablet itself. Some traditions describe it as being made of green crystal, others as a mysterious substance created through alchemical processes. The Arab alchemist Jabir ibn Hayyan described it as being composed of a mysterious primordial substance called Zabarjad. Whatever its composition, all accounts agree that the text was inscribed or engraved rather than written with ink, suggesting permanence and authority. The language of the original inscription is another unresolved question. Some traditions claim it was written in Phoenician, others in ancient Syriac, or even a prehistoric language from before the Great Flood. The earliest references we have are in Arabic, but these are acknowledged as translations. This linguistic uncertainty adds to the text's mystique, suggesting a wisdom so ancient it predates known civilization. What's particularly striking about the Emerald Tablet is how it seems to anticipate scientific concepts that wouldn't be formally articulated until thousands of years after its creation. The principle of correspondence between microcosm and macrocosm presages holographic theories in modern physics, where information about the whole is contained within each part. The tablet's description of cyclical processes, with substances ascending and descending, converting between different states, bears similarities to our understanding of chemical cycles and conservation of energy. Some modern interpreters have gone further, finding in the tablet's cryptic phrases references to quantum physics, the nature of consciousness, or even the structure of DNA. While such interpretations may stretch credulity, they speak to the text's remarkable flexibility and its capacity to seem relevant across vastly different historical and intellectual contexts. Perhaps the most enduring mystery of the Emerald Tablet is what happened to the original artifact. If it ever existed as a physical object, it has been lost for centuries. Some esoteric traditions maintain that it still exists, hidden away in a secret location or protected by guardians of ancient wisdom. Others suggest it was deliberately destroyed to prevent its power from being misused. The most likely explanation, however, is more prosaic. Like many ancient artifacts, it simply disintegrated over time or was destroyed during one of history's many conflicts and upheavals. What survives instead is the text itself, preserved through translations and copies, and the profound influence it has had on Western esoteric traditions. The Emerald Tablet stands at the headwaters of several intellectual streams that have shaped our world. Alchemy, which eventually developed into modern chemistry; Hermeticism, which influenced Renaissance thought and the scientific revolution; and various mystical traditions that continue to explore the relationship between consciousness and reality. Recent decades, interest in the Emerald Tablet has experienced a renaissance. As traditional religious frameworks have lost influence in many parts of the world, people have increasingly turned to ancient wisdom traditions in search of meaning and spiritual guidance. The tablet's cryptic, open-ended nature makes it particularly suited to contemporary spiritual seeking, where individuals often prefer to interpret sacred texts for themselves rather than accept dogmatic explanations. The tablet's emphasis on the unity of all things, the correspondence between heaven and earth, the interconnection of seemingly separate phenomena, resonates with both modern ecological consciousness and with quantum physics recognition of entanglement and non-locality. Its suggestion that transformation requires both analysis, separating the subtle from the gross, and synthesis, reuniting the purified elements, reflects processes familiar to any scientist or artist. Perhaps most intriguingly, the Emerald Tablet suggests that wisdom isn't something invented but discovered, that the fundamental truths of existence have always been available to those with eyes to see them. In this sense, it represents not just an ancient artifact but a challenge across time, inviting each generation to rediscover eternal principles expressed in the language of their own era. Whether viewed as a practical manual for chemical experiments, a guide to spiritual transformation, or a cryptic expression of universal principles, the Emerald Tablet remains one of history's most persistent mysteries. Its brevity belies its depth, and its simplicity masks its complexity. In just a few lines of text, it encapsulates a worldview that sees unity in diversity, pattern in chaos, and connection between the highest and lowest realms of existence. Like all great mysteries, the Emerald Tablet raises more questions than it answers. Was it truly of divine origin, as its discoverers believed? Did it contain actual ancient wisdom, or was it a clever compilation of existing knowledge? Does its power lie in the information it contains, or in its capacity to stimulate insight in those who contemplate it? These questions remain open, ensuring that this ancient text continues to fascinate and perplex us, just as it has for more than 2 millennia. Deep in the arid landscape of Qumran, along the shores of the Dead Sea, archaeologists made one of history's most significant discoveries. Between 1947 and 1956, in a series of 11 caves, they uncovered ancient scrolls that would forever change our understanding of biblical history. Most of these Dead Sea Scrolls were written on parchment or papyrus, containing religious texts and commentaries that shed light on Jewish thought during the Second Temple period. But among these fragile manuscripts was something entirely different, something that stood apart from all the rest, a scroll made not of animal skin or plant fiber, but of pure copper. Known today as the Copper Scroll, this unique artifact has confounded scholars since its discovery in Cave 3 at Qumran in 1952. Unlike the other Dead Sea Scrolls, which contain religious writings, the Copper Scroll is essentially a treasure map, listing 64 locations where vast quantities of gold, silver, and other valuables were supposedly hidden. But is this an authentic inventory of actual treasures, perhaps the lost wealth of the Jerusalem Temple? Or is it something else entirely, a work of fiction, a symbolic text, or a record of treasures that never existed at all? The Copper Scroll presented immediate challenges from the moment of its discovery. Unlike parchment scrolls that could be carefully unrolled, this metal document had oxidized over the centuries, becoming too brittle to unfurl without destroying it. For 3 years, archaeologists debated how to access its contents. Eventually, in 1955, the scroll was sent to Manchester University in England, where Professor H. Wright Baker devised an ingenious solution. Using a small circular saw, he carefully cut the scroll into 23 strips, finally revealing the text hidden inside for nearly 2,000 years. What they found written on those copper plates was unprecedented. The text, etched into the metal rather than inked onto its surface, detailed specific locations and enormous quantities of treasure. One typical entry reads, "In the fortress which is in the Vale of Achor, 40 cubits under the steps entering to the east, a money chest and its contents of a weight of 17 talents. Another states, "In the court of the little colonnade, in a hollow that is in the ground, 42 talents of silver." The scroll describes similar deposits throughout the Judean landscape, often with precise directions involving landmarks, measurements, and notable features. All told, the treasures listed in the Copper Scroll would amount to a staggering fortune. Scholars estimate that the combined weight of gold and silver mentioned exceeds 65 tons, an almost unimaginable sum for the ancient world. If genuine, this would represent wealth greater than many national treasuries of the time. The question that has consumed researchers ever since is whether these treasures were real, and if so, whether they might still be waiting to be found. The first clue to understanding the Copper Scroll lies in its physical composition. The choice of copper as a writing material is itself significant. While parchment and papyrus were common for everyday documents and religious texts, they degraded relatively quickly, especially in humid conditions. Copper, by contrast, was far more durable. It was a material chosen for records meant to last for generations, for information too valuable to risk losing. The very medium suggests that whoever created this document believed its contents were of extraordinary importance. The language of the scroll provides additional clues. Unlike most of the Dead Sea Scrolls, which were written in literary Hebrew or Aramaic, The copper scroll uses a form of Mishnaic Hebrew with noticeable influences from spoken vernacular. Its syntax is often ungrammatical, its spelling inconsistent. These features suggest a document written for practical purposes rather than religious or literary ones, something closer to a field inventory than a sacred text. Most intriguing are the specific geographical references. The scroll mentions actual locations throughout Judea, many of which can still be identified today: valleys, ruins, aqueducts, pools, and tombs that existed in the 1st century. Some scholars interpret this specificity as evidence supporting the scroll's authenticity. Why provide such detailed locations if the treasures weren't real? Yet others see these geographical details differently, noting that while the general locations exist, the specific hiding places often cannot be precisely identified with modern landmarks. So where might these treasures have come from, assuming they existed at all? The most compelling theory connects the copper scroll to the first Jewish revolt against Rome, which culminated in the destruction of the Jerusalem temple in 70 CE. As Roman forces closed in on Jerusalem, temple priests and Jewish rebels would have had strong motivation to hide the temple's vast treasures rather than let them fall into enemy hands. The quantities of gold and silver described in the scroll align with historical accounts of the temple's wealth, which included massive gold and silver vessels, ritual objects, and accumulated tithes. This theory would date the copper scroll to around 6870 CE, shortly before Jerusalem's fall. In this scenario, the scroll would represent a desperate attempt to preserve information about hidden treasures that could later be recovered to rebuild the temple and Jewish religious life. The use of durable copper rather than perishable parchment makes sense in this context. This wasn't information meant for immediate use, but a record for future generations after the crisis had passed. However, this interpretation faces several problems. First, the copper scroll itself has been dated using paleographic analysis and is generally believed to have been created between 25 BCE and 100 CE, a relatively broad range that doesn't conclusively tie it to the Jewish revolt. Second, if the scroll was created during the siege of Jerusalem, how did it end up in Qumran, roughly 20 miles away? And third, if these were actual temple treasures hidden during the revolt, why hasn't any significant portion of this vast wealth been discovered in the 2,000 years since? These questions have led some scholars to propose alternative interpretations. One theory suggests that the copper scroll is essentially fictional, perhaps a work of folklore or legend about lost treasures, similar to stories that exist in many cultures. The specific references to real locations might simply be a literary device to lend authenticity to an imaginative work, much as modern fiction often incorporates real settings. Another interpretation views the scroll as an administrative document recording donations to various synagogues and community centers throughout Judea, rather than hidden caches. The treasures might represent community funds distributed across the region, records of which were centralized in this copper document for safekeeping. This would explain the practical nature of the language and the wide geographic distribution of the locations. Perhaps the most intriguing theory interprets the copper scroll symbolically rather than literally. Some researchers have suggested that the text might be encoded, with the descriptions of treasure representing something entirely different, perhaps sacred texts, religious artifacts, or even spiritual concepts. In this view, the scroll might be a form of esoteric literature, comprehensible only to initiates familiar with its symbolic language. Despite these scholarly debates, the lure of actual treasure has proven irresistible to many. Since the copper scroll's translation, numerous expeditions have set out to locate the treasures it describes. In the 1960s, John Allegro, one of the original scholars working on the Dead Sea Scrolls, conducted several excavations based on the scroll's directions. More recently, archaeologists and treasure hunters have used modern technology, including ground-penetrating radar and satellite imagery, to search for anomalies that might indicate buried caches. So far, none of these expeditions has produced significant findings. The challenges are substantial. Many of the landmarks mentioned have been altered or destroyed over 2 millennia of continuous human habitation and natural processes. The measurements used in the scroll, cubits and palms, lack standardization across different ancient communities. Most prohibitively, many of the potential sites now lie beneath modern structures or within politically sensitive areas where excavation is restricted. The Copper Scroll presents a unique paradox among ancient texts. If its treasures were fictional, why go to the extraordinary effort and expense of etching the information into metal rather than writing it on parchment like other literary works? If the treasures were real, why has no trace of them been found despite centuries of construction, farming, and archaeological work throughout the region? And perhaps most perplexingly, why was this seemingly practical document stored alongside religious texts in the Qumran caves? One possible explanation connects the Copper Scroll to the Essenes, the ascetic Jewish sect widely believed to have created and hidden the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Essenes were known for their communal lifestyle, rigid organization, and apocalyptic beliefs. Some scholars suggest that they may have compiled the Copper Scroll as a record of community wealth distributed for safekeeping as Roman persecution intensified. The inclusion of the scroll among religious texts might indicate that the Essenes viewed their material resources as sacred, dedicated to sustaining their community through the end times they believed were imminent. Another possibility is that the Copper Scroll represents knowledge preserved from an earlier period, perhaps recording treasures hidden during previous conflicts, such as the Maccabean revolt against the Seleucid Empire in the 2nd century BCE. The scroll might have been stored at Qumran not because it was created there, but because the community served as custodians of important Jewish documents from various sources. The mystery of the Copper Scroll touches on fundamental questions about how we interpret ancient texts. When facing an anomalous document like this one, should we take it at face value or search for hidden meanings? Should we prioritize literal or symbolic interpretations? Is it a genuine historical record, a work of imagination, or something in between? These questions parallel broader debates about ancient texts, including religious scripture that blend historical accounts with spiritual teachings. Here's the completion of the Copper Scroll section. What makes the Copper Scroll particularly compelling is that, unlike purely religious or philosophical texts, it makes claims that could theoretically be verified through archaeological discovery. If even one of the treasures described were to be found, it would transform our understanding not just of the scroll itself, but potentially of the entire Dead Sea Scrolls collection and the communities that created them. The metal scroll also represents a technological anomaly. While other ancient civilizations, including the Romans, occasionally used metal sheets for important inscriptions, these were typically flat plates rather than scrolls. The creation of a copper scroll would have required sophisticated metallurgical knowledge and considerable expense, suggesting again the extraordinary value placed on this information by its creators. Some researchers have noted similarities between the Copper Scroll and ancient Near Eastern administrative texts. The formulaic language, the precise quantities, and the focus on valuable materials all echo inventory documents found in Mesopotamian and Egyptian archives. This suggests that whoever created the scroll was familiar with the conventions of ancient record-keeping, lending credence to the theory that it represents an actual inventory rather than a fictional narrative. The debate over the Copper Scroll has implications beyond archaeology. It touches on questions of Jewish history during one of its most turbulent periods, potentially connecting to the destruction of the Second Temple, an event that transformed Judaism forever. If the scroll does indeed record temple treasures, it represents one of our few direct links to that lost institution, which stood at the center of Jewish religious life for centuries. More broadly, the Copper Scroll reminds us of how easily knowledge can be lost across time. Even with explicit directions etched in metal, The locations described have become unrecognizable after 2 millennia of natural and human changes to the landscape. Names have changed, landmarks have disappeared, and the carefully hidden treasures, if they existed, remain concealed despite our modern technology and archaeological expertise. Perhaps the greatest value of the Copper Scroll lies not in the treasures it describes, but in what it reveals about human nature in times of crisis. Whether created during the Roman siege of Jerusalem or some earlier conflict, the scroll represents an act of hope, a belief that something precious could be preserved through present darkness for future recovery. The very existence of this unusual document speaks to the resilience of a people determined to safeguard their heritage against overwhelming odds. Today, the physical Copper Scroll is housed in the Jordan Archaeological Museum in Amman. Its weathered metal strips a testament to the extraordinary measures taken by ancient hands to preserve knowledge they deemed essential. While scholars continue to debate its meaning and treasure hunters occasionally mount new expeditions based on its directions, the scroll's greatest treasure may be the window it provides into an ancient world where knowledge itself was precious enough to be etched in metal. As with many ancient mysteries, the Copper Scroll may never fully surrender its secrets. The treasures it describes might have been recovered long ago by unknown finders, might still lie hidden beneath modern structures, or might have existed only in the imagination of the scroll's creator. But this uncertainty itself has value, reminding us that history is not a closed book, but an ongoing conversation between past and present, with each generation bringing new questions and perspectives to ancient enigmas. The mystery of the Copper Scroll endures, a metal document that has outlasted the civilization that created it, still whispering its secrets across the millennia, still challenging us to understand what it truly means. And perhaps that persistent mystery, that invitation to wonder and explore, is the greatest treasure of all. Hidden within the snow-capped peaks of the Himalayas lies one of humanity's most enigmatic spiritual manuscripts, a text so profound that its revelations about death and what comes after have captivated minds for centuries. The Tibetan Book of the Dead, or Bardo Thodol as it's known in its original language, isn't just another ancient religious document. It's a detailed map of consciousness itself, charting territories most of us will only experience once in our lifetime. But what if this ancient wisdom contains revelations about reincarnation that modern science is only beginning to understand? The manuscript's true name, Bardo Thodol, translates to liberation through hearing during the intermediate state. This isn't a book meant for casual reading during life, but rather a guide meant to be read aloud to the dying and recently deceased. According to Tibetan tradition, the words themselves serve as a beacon, illuminating the path through the darkness that follows bodily death. But the real mystery begins when we examine what exactly the text describes happening in those crucial moments after life ends. The Bardo Thodol describes not one afterlife experience, but a sequence of states, bardos, that consciousness moves through after death. The first state, Chikai Bardo, occurs at the moment of death when the mind experiences what's called the clear light of reality. Tibetan masters describe this as a moment of pure awareness, an opportunity for immediate liberation. Those who recognize this primordial light and merge with it can escape the cycle of rebirth entirely. But for most souls, this moment passes unrecognized, and they continue through subsequent bardos. What's particularly fascinating is how the descriptions in this ancient text align with modern accounts of near-death experiences. The initial experience of intense light, the life review, the sensation of moving through different realms. These elements appear in countless contemporary near-death testimonies from around the world. Could these similarities be mere coincidence, or was this ancient text describing genuine experiences of consciousness beyond the body? As the soul continues its journey through the bardos, the text describes increasingly elaborate visions. In the second stage, Chaniad Bardo, the deceased encounters a series of deities, first peaceful, then wrathful, Traditional interpretations suggest these aren't external beings but manifestations of the person's own consciousness, projections of their deepest nature reflected back at them. The manuscript provides detailed instructions for navigating these encounters, treating them as opportunities for liberation rather than threats to be feared. But perhaps the most controversial section concerns what happens next. If liberation isn't achieved in the earlier stages, the soul enters Sidpa Bardo, the state where rebirth is determined. The text describes this as a tumultuous period where the deceased is drawn toward various lights representing different realms of existence. Depending on their karma and reactions to these lights, they're drawn toward particular parents and new embodiments. Now here's where things get truly mysterious. The text outlines specific instructions for the soul to actually choose its rebirth consciously. It suggests that the deceased can select parents whose circumstances will provide the best opportunities for spiritual growth in the next life. This implies a level of agency in reincarnation that goes beyond mere karmic causality. It suggests a sophisticated understanding of how consciousness transitions between lives. Some skeptics argue that the Bardo Thodol merely reflects cultural beliefs about the afterlife, no different from Western conceptions of heaven and hell. But others point to its psychological sophistication, suggesting that the ancient Tibetans had mapped aspects of consciousness that Western science is only beginning to approach. Carl Jung, the pioneering psychologist, was so impressed by the text that he wrote a psychological commentary on it, noting how it seemed to describe universal aspects of the human psyche. One of the most perplexing questions surrounding the manuscript involves its origins. Traditional accounts attribute it to Padmasambhava, the 8th century master who brought Buddhism to Tibet. However, the text itself wasn't discovered until the 14th century, when it was allegedly found buried in a mountainside by a Tertan, a discoverer of hidden religious treasures. This has led some scholars to question whether the book truly represents ancient wisdom or if it's a medieval creation. But here's where the mystery deepens even further. The text contains detailed descriptions of processes that seem to align with modern neuroscience's understanding of how consciousness functions. For instance, the dissolution of elements described during the dying process parallels what we now know about how different brain functions shut down during death. How could medieval authors have known these details without modern technology? Some researchers point to the text's emphasis on sound as particularly significant. The book was meant to be recited, not read silently, with specific syllables and mantras believed to guide the consciousness through the afterlife realms. Recent studies in neuroscience have shown that hearing is often the last sense to fade during death, meaning these sound-based practices might indeed reach someone even as other senses fail. Was this ancient knowledge based on careful observation, or did it come from somewhere else? The question of reincarnation itself presents another layer of mystery. The Tibetan tradition includes numerous accounts of tulkus, reincarnated masters who can reportedly remember their past lives and are identified through a rigorous process involving recognition of personal objects from their previous incarnation. The most famous example is the Dalai Lama, whose 14 incarnations have been identified through such methods. But are these merely elaborate cultural practices, or evidence of something more profound about human consciousness? In recent decades, researchers like Dr. Ian Stevenson and Dr. Jim Tucker from the University of Virginia have documented thousands of cases of children who appear to remember previous lives, often with verifiable details they couldn't have known through normal means. Many of these cases come from cultures where reincarnation isn't a dominant belief, which challenges the idea that such memories are merely cultural suggestions. The Tibetan Book of the Dead also contains precise descriptions of conception and embryonic development that seem remarkably accurate for an ancient text. It describes how consciousness enters the womb at the moment of conception, drawn by the karmic affinity between the soul and its future parents. Modern embryology confirms many of the physical development stages described in the text, raising questions about how such knowledge was available centuries ago. What's particularly striking is the text's emphasis on the continuity of consciousness. Rather than treating death as an endpoint, it presents it as a transition in an ongoing process, a view that challenges Western conceptions, but aligns with emerging theories in quantum physics and consciousness studies. Some scientists now propose that consciousness might be fundamental rather than emergent, existing beyond the brain rather than being produced by it. Regardless of whether one accepts its metaphysical claims, the Bardo Thodol offers profound insights into the human experience of mortality. Its detailed guidance on preparing for death, practicing awareness during life, recognizing the nature of mind, releasing attachments, provides psychological tools that many find valuable regardless of their beliefs about what follows death. As our understanding of consciousness continues to evolve, this ancient manuscript remains a compelling mystery. Does the Tibetan Book of the Dead describe actual realms of existence beyond death, or is it a sophisticated psychological framework for understanding the mind's final moments? The question remains unanswered, but the text itself stands as testament to humanity's enduring quest to understand what lies beyond the final breath. Deep within the archives of the world's most prestigious museums and libraries lie fragments of ancient papyri, their brittle pages preserving whispers from civilizations long gone. Among these fragmented voices from the past, one document has sparked centuries of debate, exploration, and wonder. An ancient Greek text that appears to describe a vast continent that vanished beneath the waves. The story of this mysterious land called Atlantis has captivated our collective imagination. But what if the truth about this lost civilization has been hiding in plain sight all along, preserved in the words of one of history's greatest philosophers? Story begins with Plato, the renowned Athenian philosopher whose works form the foundation of Western philosophy. Around 360 years before the Common Era, Plato wrote two dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, that contain the earliest known mention of Atlantis. In these texts, he describes an advanced civilization that existed 9,000 years before his time, a mighty maritime power that controlled vast territories before being swallowed by the sea in a single day and night of misfortune. For centuries, scholars dismissed the Atlantis story as merely allegorical, a fictional tale created by Plato to illustrate his political theories. After all, how could an entire continent simply disappear? But what makes this ancient Greek papyrus so intriguing is the remarkable specificity with which Plato describes this lost land. He provides precise measurements, architectural details, and even discusses the composition of its walls, a strange level of detail for what would otherwise be a simple moral fable. According to the text, Atlantis was a circular island larger than ancient Libya and Asia combined, situated beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. At its center stood a hill where the original inhabitants built a spectacular city, surrounded by alternating rings of land and sea. The city featured temples covered in silver, gold, and a mysterious metal called orichalcum, which glowed like fire. The outer walls were coated in brass, tin, and this same enigmatic orichalcum. What's particularly fascinating is that Plato claims this account isn't his own invention, but information passed down through generations. He writes that the story came from Solon, one of Athens' wisest statesmen, who heard it from Egyptian priests during his travels. These priests allegedly had access to records dating back thousands of years, preserved in temples where Greek historical knowledge had been repeatedly destroyed by natural disasters. This chain of transmission raises intriguing questions. If Plato's account is merely fictional, why attribute it to respected historical figures? And why claim it originated from Egyptian records, which his contemporary readers might have been able to verify or disprove? These narrative choices would be strange for someone simply creating a philosophical allegory. The Egyptian connection becomes even more compelling when we consider recent archaeological discoveries. The ancient Egyptian city of Heracleion remained hidden beneath the Mediterranean for over 1,200 years until its discovery in 2001. Like the Atlantis of Plato's description, this once magnificent city was swallowed by the sea, likely due to earthquakes and rising water levels. Could the Egyptian priests have been recounting similar catastrophes from their own historical records? Geologists now know that the Mediterranean region has experienced dramatic geological changes over thousands of years. The eruption of Thera, modern Santorini, around 1600 years before the Common Era, was one of the largest volcanic events in human history. This catastrophic explosion destroyed much of the island and generated massive tsunamis that devastated coastal civilizations throughout the region. Some researchers believe this event may have contributed to the sudden decline of the Minoan civilization on Crete. This connection to the Minoans presents another fascinating possibility. This advanced Bronze Age civilization featured many elements similar to Plato's description of Atlantis: naval power, advanced architecture, sophisticated water management systems, and elaborate palaces. Following the Thera eruption and subsequent tsunamis, Minoan influence declined dramatically. Could garbled accounts of this disaster have evolved into the story of Atlantis that reached Plato centuries later? But there's another element of the papyrus that challenges simple identification with known Mediterranean civilizations. Plato specifically places Atlantis in the Atlantic Ocean, beyond the Pillars of Hercules. This geographical marker has led some researchers to look for evidence much further afield, in locations ranging from the Caribbean to Antarctica. One of the most compelling alternative theories focuses on the Eye of Africa, also known as the Richat structure, in Mauritania. This massive geological formation, nearly 25 miles in diameter, bears a striking resemblance to Plato's description of Atlantis, with its concentric rings and central platform. While mainstream geologists consider it a naturally occurring formation, some alternative researchers point to potential signs of ancient human modification and its proximity to what would have been navigable waterways thousands of years ago. The debate intensified in the 1960s when underwater structures were discovered near Bimini in the Bahamas. Known as the Bimini Road, this formation of regularly shaped limestone blocks arranged in what appears to be a purposeful pattern sparked speculation about ancient engineering in the Atlantic. Mainstream scientists maintain these are naturally formed beach rock, but their unusual regularity continues to fuel alternative theories. Perhaps the most controversial interpretation of Plato's papyrus emerged in the late 20th century, with the hypothesis that Atlantis might actually have been located in Antarctica. Proponents of this theory point to the Priory Rise map, a 16th century Ottoman chart that appears to show the coastline of Antarctica as it would look without ice. Since Antarctica has been ice-covered for thousands of years, this has led to speculation that the map was based on much older sources dating from a time when Antarctica was ice-free and potentially inhabited. This theory gained further support from studies of ice cores, suggesting that parts of Antarctica experienced a warm period ending around 12,000 years ago, roughly aligning with Plato's timeline for Atlantis. Could an advanced civilization have flourished on the Antarctic continent before being obliterated by rapidly advancing ice sheets as the last ice age ended? What makes Plato's account particularly difficult to dismiss is his description of Atlantean society. He portrays a civilization with sophisticated laws, advanced engineering, and complex agricultural systems, features that archaeological discoveries continue to push further back in human history. Recent findings at Göbekli Tepe in Turkey have forced archaeologists to reconsider the timeline of advanced human societies, proving that complex monumental architecture existed at least 11,600 years ago, far earlier than previously thought possible. Modern oceanographers have also discovered that sea levels have risen significantly since the end of the last ice age, with some coastal areas seeing increases of 300 to 400 feet. This means vast areas that were once habitable land now lie beneath the waves. Could evidence of an Atlantis-like civilization be hiding on these submerged coastlines? Recent underwater archaeological discoveries, including the 9,000-year-old settlement at Atlat Yam off the coast of Israel, demonstrate that significant human habitations can indeed be preserved beneath the sea. The mystery deepened further when researchers began analyzing ancient DNA and discovering unexpected patterns of human migration. Genetic markers suggest connections between populations that conventional history wouldn't expect to be related. Some researchers interpret these findings as potential evidence of maritime civilizations more advanced and widespread than traditionally acknowledged. Whether Atlantis existed exactly as Plato described remains uncertain, but archaeological discoveries continue to push back the dates of advanced human civilizations and reveal sophisticated societies in unexpected places. The ancient Greek papyrus that first mentioned this lost continent has inspired generations of explorers, researchers, and dreamers, all seeking to unlock the truth behind one of history's most enduring mysteries. Perhaps the greatest significance of Plato's Atlantis account isn't whether it describes a real place, but what it reveals about humanity's relationship with its own past. The story reminds us that civilizations can rise and fall, that knowledge can be lost, and that the history we think we know may be merely fragments of a much larger, more complex narrative. As technology advances and we gain new tools to explore both the depths of the oceans and the depths of human history, we may yet discover truths about our past that rival the most extraordinary elements of Plato's ancient account. In the shadowy recesses of 16th century France, a physician, astrologer, and reputed seer put quill to parchment and created one of history's most enduring enigmas. Michel de Nostradame, better known as Nostradamus, produced a collection of prophetic verses so cryptic, so seemingly impenetrable, that nearly 5 centuries later, scholars and enthusiasts still debate their true meaning. His most famous work, Les Prophéties, contains nearly 1,000 quatrains, 4-line verses written in a bewildering mixture of French, Latin, Greek, and Provençal. But beyond the obvious complexity of the language lies a deeper mystery. Did Nostradamus intentionally encode his predictions using sophisticated ciphers to hide their true meaning from all but the most dedicated interpreters? The question of whether Nostradamus actually predicted future events has divided opinion for centuries. Skeptics point to the deliberately vague language of his quatrains, arguing that their ambiguity allows for countless interpretation that can be retrofitted to events after they occur. Believers counter that too many of his predictions have aligned with major historical events for this to be mere coincidence. But perhaps both perspectives miss a crucial aspect of his work: the possibility that Nostradamus wasn't just being deliberately obscure, but was using specific cryptographic techniques to conceal and preserve dangerous knowledge. Nostradamus himself offers intriguing hints that his work contains hidden layers of meaning. In a letter to his son Caesar, he wrote, "I have composed books of prophecies, each containing 100 astronomical quatrains of prophecies, which I have tried to polish through obscure and perplexing calculations." This statement suggests not merely poetic ambiguity, but a deliberate mathematical approach to encoding information. The reference to astronomical quatrains is particularly significant, potentially indicating that celestial alignments might serve as a key to unlocking his predictions. The historical context in which Nostradamus worked makes the use of ciphers not just plausible but practically necessary. He lived during the height of the Inquisition, when unorthodox ideas, particularly those related to prophecy and divination, could lead to accusations of heresy and a painful death. By concealing his predictions beneath layers of symbolic language and potential cryptographic techniques, Nostradamus could protect himself while ensuring his work would survive for future generations. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence for deliberate encoding comes from Nostradamus's background. Before turning to prophecy, he was a respected physician and scholar with access to some of the most advanced knowledge of his time. The Renaissance was a period of renewed interest in ancient cryptographic methods, with figures like Johannes Trithemius and Giambattista della Porta developing sophisticated systems for concealing information. As an educated man connected to humanist circles, Nostradamus would likely have been familiar with these techniques. Examination of the quatrains reveals several patterns that suggest systematic encoding. The numbering system itself, 10 centuries of 100 quatrains each, creates a perfect mathematical grid that could serve as the foundation for a substitution cipher. Some researchers have noted that certain quatrains, when analyzed according to Kabbalistic numerology, a system Nostradamus, with his Jewish ancestry, would have been familiar with, yield additional layers of meaning not apparent in the text itself. Perhaps the most famous quatrain attributed to Nostradamus is Century 1, Quatrain 48, which many believe predicted the rise and fall of Napoleon. 20 years of the moon's reign have passed. 7,000 years another will hold dominion. When the sun takes up his rest, then my prophecy and threats will be accomplished. While seemingly obscure, researchers have noted that if moon is interpreted as a reference to the Islamic calendar, which began in 622 of the Common Era, and adding 20 lunar years brings us to 642, then adding 7,000 more years in a different counting system, specifically the Etruscan calendar, which used periods of 110 years, we arrive at the period of Napoleon's rule. This type of multi-layered calculation appears repeatedly in analyses of Nostradamus's work. Another famous quatrain, often cited as predicting the Great Fire of London, contains references to the blood of the just being demanded in London in the year 66. The Great Fire indeed occurred in 1666, but why would Nostradamus, writing in French, suddenly use the English name London rather than the French Londres? Some cryptographers suggest this anomaly itself is a key, indicating that the surrounding text should be decoded differently. Beyond simple word substitution, some researchers believe Nostradamus employed enigmatic techniques, rearranging letters to conceal additional messages. This was a common practice in Renaissance cryptography. An analysis of certain quatrains reveals that rearranging the letters can produce startlingly different meanings. For instance, Century 2, Quatrain 97 contains the line Romain Pontife garde de t approcher, warning the Roman pontiff to beware of approaching a city. When certain letters are rearranged, they appear to spell out names and dates not evident in the original text. The astronomical references in Nostradamus's work add another layer of potential encoding. As an astrologer, he would have been intimately familiar with celestial movements and their traditional meanings. Some quatrains specifically mention configurations of planets and constellations that, when calculated forward, align with the dates of predicted events. Century 6, Quatrain 97, for example, describes Mars and Mercury in conjunction in Aquarius, an alignment that occurred just before several major historical events that seem to match the prediction. One of the most intriguing theories involves the use of what cryptographers call a book cipher. This technique uses another text as the key to decoding a message. Some researchers believe Nostradamus intended his prophecies to be read alongside specific classical or biblical texts that would provide the key to their interpretation. The frequent biblical allusions and classical references throughout the quatrains support this possibility, potentially creating a system where certain words serve as pointers to passages in these other works. The structure of the quatrains themselves presents another puzzle. While organized into centuries and numbered sequentially, there's evidence suggesting this ordering may be artificial. Several quatrains appear to be thematically connected despite being separated by hundreds of pages. This has led some scholars to propose that the true sequence of the predictions might be encoded, with certain quatrains serving as keys that, when properly arranged, reveal the actual chronological order of the prophecies. Adding to the mystery is the existence of the lost book of Nostradamus, a manuscript reportedly containing symbolic images that corresponded to his written prophecies. Only fragmentary copies of these illustrations survive, known as the Lost Book, or Vaticinia Nostradamus. These bizarre, apocalyptic images contain numerous alchemical and astronomical symbols, potentially providing visual keys to deciphering the written quatrains. Some researchers believe these images were intended to work in conjunction with the written prophecies, with certain visual elements corresponding to encoded passages in the text. The apparent accuracy of some Nostradamus predictions has led to endless speculation about what other events might be encoded in his work. His seeming prediction of the French Revolution, the rise of Hitler, often associated with his reference to Hister, and the Kennedy assassination have fueled continued interest in decoding his remaining prophecies. Modern computational approaches have enabled more systematic analysis of patterns within the text, revealing structures that would have been nearly impossible to detect through manual examination. Some contemporary researchers have applied techniques from modern cryptanalysis to the quatrains, searching for statistical anomalies that might indicate encoded information. Certain passages show unusual distributions of letters and words that deviate from normal French text of the period, potentially suggesting the presence of steganography, the practice of hiding messages within seemingly ordinary text. Particularly intriguing are the references to the year 3797, when Nostradamus claimed his prophecies would cease. This specific date has puzzled interpreters for centuries. Is it literal, or does it contain a hidden meaning? Some analysts suggest it might be a key to a mathematical cipher, perhaps indicating how many years to add or subtract from other dates mentioned in the prophecies. Whether Nostradamus truly foresaw the future, or simply created an elaborate literary puzzle that allows for endless interpretation remains debated. But the presence of systematic patterns, mathematical structures, and potential cryptographic techniques in his work suggests that there may be more to the quatrains than mere vague poetic imagery. Perhaps the true value of Nostradamus's work isn't in specific predictions, but in the enduring mystery itself, a carefully constructed enigma that has kept generations of scholars searching for hidden meaning in ancient words. As we continue to develop more sophisticated analytical tools and gain deeper understanding of Renaissance cryptography, we may yet discover new layers of meaning in these centuries-old verses. The ciphers in the works of Nostradamus remind us that sometimes the most enduring mysteries are those deliberately designed to resist easy solutions, encoded messages from the past that continue to challenge our understanding of history, language, and the limits of human knowledge. Buried in the sands of time lies one of the most mysterious collections of writings the world has ever known, texts so profound that they influenced the development of Western thought for nearly 2,000 years, yet so enigmatic that scholars still debate their true origins. The Corpus Hermeticum, a collection of ancient writings attributed to the legendary figure Hermes Trismegistus, presents us with one of history's most compelling puzzles. Who was the author of these cryptic texts? Do they contain fragments of ancient Egyptian wisdom predating the Greek philosophers, or are they something else entirely? And most intriguingly, could they contain hidden knowledge that has been overlooked by modern civilization? The name Hermes Trismegistus translates to Hermes the thrice greatest, a title that itself hints at the extraordinary nature of this figure. According to tradition, he was the fusion of two gods associated with wisdom and writing, the Greek Hermes and the Egyptian Thoth. Both deities were connected with magic, astronomy, mathematics, geometry, medicine, and the sacred art of writing. This divine attribution immediately signals something important about these texts. They were believed to contain not merely human knowledge, but divine revelation. The writings themselves first emerged into wider awareness during the Renaissance, when a Byzantine manuscript was brought to Florence in 1460 by agents of Cosimo de' Medici. When translated from Greek to Latin by Marsilio Ficino, these texts caused an intellectual sensation throughout Europe. Renaissance scholars believed they had discovered the source of ancient Egyptian wisdom, predating even Moses and Plato, a pristine fountain of knowledge from which all subsequent philosophical traditions had sprung. What makes the Hermetic writings so captivating is their unique blend of philosophical, religious, and scientific elements. They speak of the cosmos as a living entity, describe techniques for ascending through celestial spheres, outline alchemical processes, and present dialogues between masters and disciples that reveal esoteric truths about the nature of reality. The texts contain passages of striking beauty and profound insight alongside practical instructions for achieving spiritual transformation. One of the most famous Hermetic maxims is, "As above, so below," encapsulating the idea that the macrocosm of the universe is reflected in the microcosm of the human being. This principle suggests a deep interconnectedness between all levels of reality, a concept that resonated through Western esoteric traditions for centuries and continues to influence New Age thinking today. But was this merely philosophical speculation, or did it point toward a more sophisticated understanding of reality than we might expect from ancient authors? The mystery of the Hermetic writings deepened dramatically in the early 20th century, when scholars began to question their supposed ancient Egyptian origins. Walter Scott and other researchers demonstrated that the texts contained elements that couldn't possibly predate the Hellenistic period. The language, philosophical concepts, and astronomical references all pointed to an origin sometime between the 1st and 3rd centuries of the Common Era. This dating controversy shook the foundations of Renaissance Hermeticism, which had been built on the belief that these texts preserved pre-Platonic wisdom. Yet even as scholars revised the dating of the physical documents, the question of their intellectual lineage remained open. The texts themselves claim to record dialogues from remote antiquity, and certain passages do contain elements that appear to reflect genuine Egyptian religious concepts, albeit filtered through a Greek philosophical lens. This raises an intriguing possibility. Could the Corpus Hermeticum preserve fragments of much older tradition, transmitted orally for centuries, before being committed to writing during the Greco-Roman period? Some researchers point to striking parallels between Hermetic concepts and ideas found in ancient Egyptian religious texts like the Book of the Dead. The Hermetic emphasis on the divinity of the cosmos, the immortality of the soul, and the possibility of achieving divine status through knowledge all have counterparts in Egyptian thought. The figure of Hermes Trismegistus himself may represent an attempt to translate the Egyptian god Thoth into terms comprehensible to a Greek-speaking audience. The historical context in which these texts emerged adds another layer to the mystery. Alexandria in the early centuries of the Common Era was one of history's great crossroads, a melting pot where Greek philosophy, Egyptian religion, Jewish mysticism, and emerging Christian ideas all intermingled. The Hermetic writings appear to have emerged from this intellectual cauldron, potentially preserving syncretistic traditions that might otherwise have been lost to history. What's particularly fascinating is the impact these texts had on subsequent intellectual developments. The Hermetic tradition influenced medieval alchemy, Renaissance magic, and early modern science. Isaac Newton, often considered the father of modern physics, was deeply immersed in Hermetic philosophy and spent more time on alchemical experiments than on the mathematical work for which he's now famous. Could Newton have seen something in these ancient texts that modern readers have missed? The alchemical aspects of the Hermetic tradition present perhaps the greatest enigma. For centuries, these writings were associated with the quest to transmute base metals into gold, but modern interpretations suggest that physical transmutation may have been merely a symbol for spiritual transformation. The cryptic language of Hermetic alchemy, with its green lions, red kings, and chemical weddings, appears designed to conceal profound psychological and spiritual processes behind a veil of metallurgical metaphors. Some passages in the Hermetic texts describe what appear to be altered states of consciousness achieved through specific practices. The famous 13th treatise of the Corpus Hermeticum, known as the Secret Sermon on the Mountain, describes a mystical rebirth experience that transforms the initiate's perception of reality. Modern researchers in consciousness studies have noted similarities between these descriptions and experiences reported during deep meditation, suggesting that the texts might preserve ancient techniques for exploring human consciousness. The astronomical knowledge embedded in the Hermetic writings has also raised eyebrows. Certain passages describe the movement of the planets with surprising accuracy for their time. The text known as the Asclepius contains references to celestial mechanics that some researchers believe demonstrate a more advanced understanding of astronomy than was common in the Greco-Roman world. Could these represent fragments of lost scientific knowledge preserved within a religious philosophical framework? Perhaps the most persistent mystery surrounding the Hermetic writings concerns their purpose. Were they intended as philosophical speculation, religious revelation, scientific treatises, or practical manuals for spiritual development? The texts themselves seem to shift between these modes, sometimes within a single treatise. This multifaceted nature has allowed them to be interpreted in radically different ways by successive generations of readers. During the Renaissance, Marsilio Ficino and other Neoplatonists saw the Hermetic texts as confirmation of an ancient theology, a Prisca theologia that united all religious traditions in a single perennial philosophy. Alchemists focused on the practical instructions for material transformations, while later esoteric societies like the Rosicrucians and Freemasons extracted ethical and spiritual teachings from the same sources. Each generation has found something different in these enigmatic writings. Modern archaeological discoveries have added new dimensions to the puzzle. The discovery of the Nag Hammadi library in 1945 revealed Gnostic texts with striking similarities to certain Hermetic concepts, suggesting connections between these traditions that had previously been only speculative. Similarly, the Dead Sea Scrolls contain elements that parallel Hermetic ideas about cosmology and spiritual ascent, raising questions about possible common sources or influences. Some researchers have suggested that the Hermetic texts might preserve fragments of lost scientific knowledge from antiquity. The destruction of the Library of Alexandria represents one of history's great intellectual catastrophes, with countless ancient works lost forever. Could the Hermetic writings, with their blend of philosophy, science, and mysticism, preserve echoes of this lost knowledge in coded form? The coding itself presents another mystery. The texts employ a range of literary devices, allegory, paradox, deliberate obscurity, that seem designed to both reveal and conceal their meaning. This veiling of wisdom is explicitly discussed within the texts themselves, which claim that certain knowledge should only be accessible to the properly prepared. Modern scholars debate whether this obscurity was meant to protect dangerous knowledge from misuse, or to force readers into a more active engagement with the material. As we continue to study these enigmatic writings, new interpretative possibilities emerge. Some contemporary researchers have noted parallels between Hermetic concepts and modern scientific theories, particularly in quantum physics and systems theory. The Hermetic emphasis on interconnectedness, the observer effect on reality, and the illusory nature of strict subject-object distinctions all find curious echoes in 20th and 21st century science. Is this mere coincidence, or did the Hermetic authors intuit principles that science is only now rediscovering? The mystery of Hermes Trismegistus and his writings remains unresolved. Were these texts the product of an anonymous group of Hellenistic philosophers, the preservation of genuinely ancient Egyptian wisdom, or something in between? Do they contain fragments of lost knowledge encoded in symbolic language, or are they primarily expressions of religious devotion and philosophical speculation? As with many ancient mysteries, definitive answers remain elusive. What's certain is that these texts have exercised an extraordinary influence far beyond what might be expected of a collection of obscure ancient writings. From the development of alchemy to the scientific revolution, from Renaissance magic to modern esoteric movements, the Hermetic tradition has served as an underground current in Western intellectual history, sometimes hidden, sometimes emerging into full view, but always flowing beneath the surface of our cultural development. Perhaps the ultimate significance of the Hermetic writings lies not in their historical origins, but in their enduring capacity to inspire new ways of thinking about humanity's relationship to the cosmos. In an age increasingly dominated by materialistic perspectives, these ancient texts continue to suggest alternative ways of understanding reality, ones in which consciousness, meaning, and purpose are not accidental byproducts, but fundamental aspects of existence. Whether seen as philosophical speculation, religious revelation, or encoded science, the enigmatic writings of Hermes Trismegistus remain one of history's most compelling intellectual mysteries. Hidden among the dusty shelves of the British Library lies one of the most enigmatic documents in the history of alchemy. The Ripley Scroll, a 6-meter-long manuscript filled with bizarre illustrations, cryptic poems, and mystical symbolism that has confounded scholars for centuries. Created in the name of George Ripley, a 15th-century English alchemist, this isn't just some medieval curiosity. It's potentially a coded set of instructions for something that alchemists spent their entire lives seeking: the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone wasn't just about turning lead into gold, though that's how most people think of it today. It represented something far more profound: the ultimate purification, a substance that could perfect any material, heal any disease, and perhaps even grant immortality. The Ripley Scroll is believed to contain the secret formula for creating this mythical substance, but its message is locked behind layer upon layer of symbolism. When you first gaze upon the Ripley Scroll, you're immediately struck by its vivid imagery. Serpents and dragons wind their way through flasks and furnaces. Kings and queens bathe in mysterious waters. A green lion devours the sun. These aren't random artistic flourishes. Each image is deliberately placed, each color carefully chosen. They form a visual language that only the initiated were meant to understand. What makes the Ripley Scroll particularly fascinating is that it exists in multiple versions. There are at least 21 copies known to exist today, created between the early 16th and late 17th centuries. Each one contains slight variations, additions, or omissions, suggesting that the copying process itself may have been part of an evolving tradition of hidden knowledge. The central figure of the scroll is often a large glass vessel, inside which lies the entire alchemical process, depicted as a cosmic drama. This vessel represents the alchemist's flask, the crucible where the great work takes place. Within it, we see kings drowning in strange seas, pelicans feeding their young with their own blood, and phoenixes rising from ashes. These aren't just fanciful drawings. They represent specific chemical processes, materials, and stages in the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. One of the most striking images shows a figure known as the Green Lion devouring the sun. To modern eyes, this seems like pure fantasy, but to an alchemist, this was deeply meaningful. The green lion likely represents a specific substance, possibly vitriol or acid, which could dissolve gold, represented by the sun. This dissolution was one of the first steps in the alchemical process, breaking down gold into its primordial state before rebuilding it into something greater. Another recurring symbol is the hermaphrodite, a figure that combines male and female characteristics. This represents the union of opposites, a fundamental concept in alchemy. Sulfur and mercury, sun and moon, king and queen, These opposing forces needed to be reconciled and unified to create the Philosopher's Stone. The hermaphrodite is the visual representation of this perfect balance, the completion of what alchemists called the chemical wedding. But the Ripley scroll isn't just visual. Winding through these strange images are verses of cryptic poetry, attributed to George Ripley himself. Take this excerpt. Here is the last of the white stone and the beginning of the red. To most readers, this means nothing, but to an alchemist it described a crucial transition in the great work, when the substance in their flask changed from white to red, signifying the approach of the final stage of transformation. The question that continues to haunt researchers is whether the Ripley scroll actually contains real chemical knowledge, disguised beneath its symbolic language. Some scholars believe that if you strip away the mystical elements, you're left with legitimate chemical processes that were discovered through observation and experimentation. The changing colors described in the scroll, for instance, might represent real chemical reactions that medieval alchemists witnessed in their laboratories. Consider this. When certain mercury compounds are heated, they do change color in the sequence described in many alchemical texts: black, white, yellow, red. Was the Philosopher's Stone actually a real substance that alchemists managed to create? Or was the entire enterprise a spiritual metaphor, with the true transformation being not of metals but of the alchemist's soul? The identity of George Ripley himself adds another layer of mystery to the scroll. Born around 1415 in Yorkshire, England, Ripley was an Augustinian canon who allegedly traveled to Italy to study alchemy. Upon his return to England, he claimed to have discovered the secrets of the Philosopher's Stone. He wrote several treatises on alchemy, including The Compound of Alchemy, or The 12 Gates, dedicated to King Edward IV. But here's where it gets strange. Despite the Ripley scroll bearing his name and artistic style, there's no definitive evidence that George Ripley himself created any of the surviving scrolls. The earliest copies we have date from decades after his death. Did Ripley create an original scroll that was later copied? Or did later alchemists attribute their work to him to give it greater authority? This practice of attributing alchemical works to famous figures was actually quite common, adding yet another layer of uncertainty to the scroll's origins. What we do know is that the scroll became incredibly influential in alchemical circles. Its imagery appears in numerous other alchemical texts and manuscripts. The symbolic language it established became a kind of standard that later alchemists adopted and adapted for their own works. The Ripley scroll wasn't just a document, it was the cornerstone of a tradition. Some researchers have even suggested connections between the symbolism in the Ripley scroll and the early development of Rosicrucianism and Freemasonry. The recurring themes of death and rebirth, the symbolic journey through stages of purification, and the emphasis on hidden knowledge all find echoes in these later esoteric traditions. Could the Ripley scroll represent one link in a chain of secret knowledge passed down through centuries? In recent years, some chemists and historians of science have attempted to decode the Ripley scroll using modern chemical knowledge. They suggest that certain processes described might relate to the creation of medicinal compounds, pigments, or metal alloys that would have been valuable in the 15th century. The red stone described in the final stages might have been a compound of mercury or perhaps antimony, substances known to medieval alchemists. One particularly intriguing interpretation suggests that the Ripley scroll might contain instructions for creating an antimonial cup. These cups, made from antimony, were used in the 16th and 17th centuries as a kind of self-dousing medicine. Wine left in an antimonial cup overnight would dissolve small amounts of the metal, creating a solution that induced vomiting. This was considered therapeutic according to the medical theories of the time. Could the complex processes described in the scroll be aimed at something as practical as a medical device? But these material interpretations don't fully explain the spiritual dimensions of the scroll. Alongside the chemical processes, there are clear references to Christian symbolism, astrology, and mysticism. The alchemical work is often compared to Christ's death and resurrection, with the matter in the flask suffering, dying, and being reborn in a perfected state. This suggests that, for Ripley and his followers, alchemy was as much a spiritual practice as a physical one. Perhaps most fascinating is how the Ripley scroll treats knowledge itself. The information it contains is simultaneously revealed and concealed. It shows you everything while telling you nothing directly. This paradoxical approach reflects the alchemist's view that true wisdom could not be simply handed over but had to be earned through study, contemplation, and direct experience. The scroll doesn't just contain secrets, it embodies secrecy itself. Today, the Ripley scroll remains one of the most visually striking and conceptually complex artifacts from the golden age of alchemy. Whether it contains actual chemical knowledge, spiritual wisdom, or some combination of both, it represents a mode of thinking that challenges our modern separation of science, art, and spirituality. In the world of the Ripley scroll, these were all aspects of a single quest for perfection. And perhaps that's the greatest secret hidden within its colorful imagery and cryptic verses, a reminder that knowledge itself is transformative. Just as the substances in the alchemist's flask underwent a series of changes before achieving perfection, the alchemist too was transformed by the quest. In seeking to create the philosopher's stone, they were also creating themselves anew. The Ripley scroll isn't just about transmuting metals, it's about transmuting minds. Deep in the shadowy spaces between fiction and reality lies a book that has never existed, yet somehow continues to exert a powerful influence on our collective imagination. The Necronomicon, allegedly written by the mad Arab Abdul-Alhazred in the 8th century, is perhaps the most famous fictional book in history. Created by horror writer Howard Phillips Lovecraft in the 1920s, this imaginary tome of forbidden knowledge has taken on a strange kind of pseudo-existence, blurring the boundaries between literary invention and historical artifact. But could such a forbidden book actually exist? And why are we so captivated by the idea of dangerous knowledge bound in leather and ink? When Lovecraft first mentioned the Necronomicon in his short story, The Hound, published in 1924, he likely had no idea that he was creating what would become one of the most enduring literary hoaxes of the 20th century. In his fiction, the Necronomicon was a repository of ancient secrets, spells to summon forgotten entities, and knowledge that could drive readers to insanity. Lovecraft described it as a book written by Abdul-Alhazred, who had spent 10 years in the great southern desert of Arabia, known as the Empty Quarter, discovering secrets in the ruins of forgotten cities. According to Lovecraft's fictional history, Alhazred died in Damascus in 738 when he was seized by an invisible monster in broad daylight and devoured horribly before a terrified crowd. The original Arabic title of his book was Al-Azif, referring to the nocturnal sound made by insects, which Arabs of the period associated with the howling of demons. It was translated into Greek under the title Necronomicon in 950 by Theodorus Philtas, and later banned and burned by the Patriarch Michael in 1050. A Latin translation was made in the 13th century, and it was this version that sparked attempts by various authorities to suppress the book throughout medieval Europe. All of this history, of course, was completely fabricated by Lovecraft. There was no Abdul-Alhazred, no Greek translation by Theodorus Philtas, no suppression by medieval authorities. It was all part of Lovecraft's technique of creating verisimilitude in his cosmic horror stories, grounding the unimaginable horrors he described in seemingly scholarly details and historical references. The Necronomicon was simply one element in what would later be called the Cthulhu mythos, Lovecraft's shared fictional universe populated by cosmic entities like Cthulhu, Yog-Sothoth, and Shub-Niggurath. What makes the Necronomicon unique among fictional books is what happened after Lovecraft's death in 1937. Other authors who admired Lovecraft's work began to incorporate references to the Necronomicon into their own stories. Writers like August Derleth, Clark Ashton Smith, and Robert Bloch all mention the forbidden tome, adding to its fictional history and contents. This cross-referencing created a kind of literary echo chamber, where the book began to take on an apparent substance it never actually possessed. The effect was so convincing that by the 1968, bookstores and libraries were receiving requests for this non-existent book. College students would ask for it, convinced it was a real historical text. Librarians at Yale University became so frustrated with these requests that they added a card to their catalog explaining that the Necronomicon was fictional. This movement from fiction to perceived reality represents something fascinating about how myths are formed in the modern age. But the story doesn't end there. In the 1977, a book claiming to be the actual Necronomicon was published. Known as the Simon Necronomicon, after its mysterious editor, this book combined Sumerian mythology with elements of Lovecraft's fiction to create a grimoire or book of spells that claimed authenticity. Several other versions followed, including the Necronomicon Files and the Necronomicon Spellbook. None of these, of course, were the book Lovecraft invented, but they further blurred the line between fiction and reality, creating a kind of manufactured authenticity. This raises an interesting question. At what point does a fictional book that influences real people and inspires real books stop being entirely fictional? The Necronomicon may not exist as Lovecraft described it, but books called Necronomicon certainly exist, and people have performed rituals described in these books. The boundary between fictional influence and factual existence becomes surprisingly permeable. The Necronomicon phenomenon also speaks to something deeper in human psychology, our fascination with forbidden knowledge. Throughout history, there have been books and texts considered too dangerous to read. The Index Librorum Prohibitorum, the Catholic Church's list of prohibited books, existed from 1559 until 1966. Various governments have banned books considered politically dangerous. Even in the scientific community, there have been debates about whether certain knowledge, like how to create a synthetic smallpox virus, should be published. Perhaps the most famous real forbidden book is the Grand Grimoire, also known as the Red Dragon, allegedly written in 1522. This occult text supposedly contains instructions for summoning Lucifer and forcing him to make a pact with the summoner. Like the fictional Necronomicon, the Grand Grimoire has been surrounded by legends claiming it contains knowledge too dangerous for ordinary people. Similarly, the Voynich Manuscript, written in an undeciphered script and filled with strange illustrations, has generated centuries of speculation about its contents and purpose. What these real books share with the fictional Necronomicon is the allure of secret knowledge, the tantalizing possibility that there exist truths hidden from the mainstream, accessible only to those brave or foolish enough to seek them out. This appeal crosses cultural boundaries and historical periods, suggesting it touches something fundamental in human nature. The concept of dangerous books also reveals our ambivalent relationship with knowledge itself. We simultaneously believe that knowledge is power, that understanding leads to mastery, and yet we also fear certain kinds of knowledge might be too powerful, too corrupting, or too disruptive. The Necronomicon myth plays into this ambivalence perfectly. A book that grants unimaginable power, but at the cost of one's sanity or soul. In Lovecraft's stories, those who read the Necronomicon often meet terrible fates. The book serves as a gateway to cosmic horrors beyond human comprehension, entitling readers to knowledge they aren't equipped to handle. This reflects Lovecraft's philosophical materialism and cosmicism, the belief that the universe is indifferent to humanity, and that there exist truths that could shatter our sense of significance and security. In this sense, the Necronomicon is a perfect metaphor for dangerous knowledge in the modern age. In an era of genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, and weapons of mass destruction, we're increasingly confronted with knowledge that carries tremendous potential for both benefit and harm. The fictional tome reminds us that some doors, once opened, cannot be easily closed again. But could a book like the Necronomicon, a repository of truly dangerous, reality-altering knowledge, actually exist? The answer depends on what we mean by dangerous knowledge. Certainly, there exist books containing information that could be harmful if misused, manuals for creating explosives, texts advocating extremist ideologies, or documents containing sensitive personal or state secrets. But these dangers are practical and immediate, not cosmic and supernatural as Lovecraft imagined. Perhaps closer to Lovecraft's conception, our religious or mystical texts claim to contain transformative wisdom that can only be properly understood by the initiated. Many esoteric traditions, from Kabbalah to certain Buddhist practices, include texts said to be dangerous if approached without proper preparation or guidance. These dangers aren't physical but psychological and spiritual, the risk of misunderstanding leading to confusion or even psychological harm. The Necronomicon myth also reflects historical realities about how knowledge has been controlled and disseminated. Throughout history, ruling classes and institutions have often restricted access to certain types of knowledge, claiming ordinary people couldn't be trusted with it. From priestly castes guarding religious secrets to modern classifications of state information, the control of knowledge has been a tool of power. In this light, perhaps the most realistic aspect of the Necronomicon myth isn't the book itself, but the attempts to suppress it. Lovecraft's fictional history of bannings and burnings reflects the very real history of censorship that has shaped our intellectual heritage. The books that don't survive to the present, the knowledge that has been deliberately erased or lost, create gaps in our understanding that we fill with speculation and imagination, the perfect breeding ground for myths like the Necronomicon. Whether or not a book of truly forbidden, reality-altering knowledge could exist, the persistence of the Necronomicon myth reveals something important about our relationship with the unknown. We are simultaneously drawn to and repelled by the edges of our understanding, the boundaries where known meets unknown. The fictional tome represents both the promise and the peril of crossing those boundaries, of seeking knowledge regardless of consequences. And perhaps that's why, despite never having existed, the Necronomicon feels so real to so many people. It embodies a truth about human curiosity and our ambivalent relationship with knowledge that transcends the boundary between fiction and reality. In creating this imaginary book, Lovecraft tapped into something very real indeed: our eternal fascination with the secrets we're not supposed to know, and our fear of what happens when we discover them. Beneath the exquisite poetry and timeless drama of William Shakespeare's plays and sonnets, some believe there lies a complex web of hidden messages, coded communications, and secret knowledge waiting to be unlocked. For centuries, scholars, conspiracy theorists, and literary detectives have scoured these texts searching for encrypted information they believe the bard deliberately concealed within his works. From claims that Shakespeare wasn't the true author of his plays to suggestions that his works contain hidden political manifestos, occult teachings, or even maps to buried treasure, the search for secret messages in Shakespeare represents one of literature's most enduring mysteries. But are these hidden messages really there? Or are they simply the product of our endless fascination with finding patterns in genius? The most persistent claim about hidden messages in Shakespeare centers on the authorship question. Despite historical evidence pointing to William Shakespeare of Stratford-upon-Avon as the author of the works attributed to him, many have questioned how a man of relatively humble origins and limited formal education could have produced such profound and knowledge-rich literature. This has led to theories that the name Shakespeare was actually a pseudonym for someone else, perhaps Sir Francis Bacon, Edward de Vere, the 17th Earl of Oxford, Christopher Marlowe, or even Queen Elizabeth I herself. Proponents of these alternative authorship theories claim that the true author left deliberate clues throughout the works. One of the most famous examples involves supposed cryptograms or coded messages hidden in the text. In the late 19th century, American physician Dr. Orville Ward Owen invented a device he called the cipher wheel to decode what he believed were messages hidden in Shakespeare's works, revealing Bacon as the true author. Using his contraption, Owen claimed to have discovered phrases like, "Francis Bacon wrote the Green, Marlowe, and Shakespeare plays." Similarly, Elizabeth Wells Gallup, another Baconian theorist, claimed to have discovered a bilateral cipher hidden in the varying typefaces used in early printings of Shakespeare's works. She believed that by analyzing which letters were printed in slightly different fonts, she could extract hidden messages confirming Bacon's authorship. According to Gallup, she decoded messages where Bacon claimed to be the son of Queen Elizabeth and the rightful heir to the English throne. These theories gained substantial popularity in the 19th century, creating a kind of literary treasure hunt as researchers combed through the texts looking for hidden meanings. While modern scholarship has largely dismissed these specific cipher claims as examples of apophenia, the tendency to perceive meaningful patterns in random data, they represent just one facet of the search for secret messages in Shakespeare. Perhaps more intriguing are the theories that suggest Shakespeare embedded more subtle codes related to the political and religious turmoil of his time. Elizabethan England was a dangerous place for those with unpopular political or religious views. Government censors carefully monitored published works for seditious content, and expressing the wrong opinion could result in imprisonment, torture, or execution. Some scholars believe Shakespeare used various literary techniques to safely comment on controversial issues. Allegory, where characters and events represent real political figures and situations, offered one method of disguising potentially dangerous opinions. For example, some interpret A Midsummer Night's Dream as containing coded references to Queen Elizabeth and the political intrigues surrounding her reign, with Titania representing Elizabeth and the changeling boy representing political control of England. Another method involved the use of what literary scholars call equivocation, language deliberately designed to be ambiguous, allowing for multiple interpretations. This technique became particularly associated with Catholics in Protestant England, who developed it as a way to avoid direct lies while concealing their true beliefs from authorities. Shakespeare's Macbeth, written shortly after the Gunpowder Plot of 1605, explicitly references equivocation in the porter's scene, a passage that some interpret as evidence of Shakespeare's sympathies with the Catholic cause. Religious codes form another category of alleged secret messages in Shakespeare's works. During Shakespeare's lifetime, England was undergoing religious upheaval as it transitioned from Catholicism to Protestantism. Practicing Catholics faced severe persecution, including execution. Some scholars believe Shakespeare may have been a secret Catholic who embedded pro-Catholic sentiments in his plays. Hamlet's ghost, for instance, claims to be suffering in purgatory, a Catholic concept rejected by Protestants. In Romeo and Juliet, Friar Lawrence is portrayed sympathetically, unusual in Protestant England where friars were often depicted as corrupt. These elements could be interpreted as subtle indications of Catholic sympathy, though they fall short of definitive proof of any hidden religious agenda. Beyond political and religious codes, some theorists have suggested that Shakespeare's works contain esoteric knowledge related to Hermeticism, alchemy, Rosicrucianism, and other occult traditions popular during the Renaissance. The Tempest, Shakespeare's final solo play, has particularly attracted such interpretations, with Prospero viewed as a representation of the Renaissance magus or enlightened magician-scientist figure, embodied by historical figures like John Dee, Queen Elizabeth's court astrologer. These esoteric readings point to Shakespeare's numerous references to alchemy, astrology, and folk magic throughout his works. For example, the witches in Macbeth use language and imagery drawn directly from alchemical texts of the period. While such references may simply reflect the cultural knowledge of Shakespeare's time, rather than any personal involvement in occult practices, they add another layer to the search for hidden meanings in his work. One of the most controversial theories about secret messages in Shakespeare's works involves potential connections to Freemasonry. Some researchers claim to have found Masonic symbols and language embedded in the plays, suggesting either that Shakespeare was a proto-Mason or that his works were later modified to include Masonic references. These claims are complicated by the fact that Freemasonry as a formal organization did not exist in its current form during Shakespeare's lifetime, though precursor organizations and concepts certainly did. A particularly elaborate theory proposed by Peter Amundsen, a Norwegian organist and self-described cryptographer, suggests that Shakespeare's works contain coded maps leading to treasure buried by Sir Francis Bacon and a group of Rosicrucians. Amundsen claims that geometrical patterns, astronomical references, and numerological codes in Shakespeare's First Folio and contemporary works point to Oak Island in Canada as the location of this supposed treasure. His theory, featured in documentaries and books, represents one of the more creative interpretations of potential codes in Shakespeare. Numerical codes represent yet another category of alleged hidden messages. The dedication to Shakespeare's sonnets contains unusual punctuation and capitalization that some believe form a mathematical code. Others have noted that Shakespeare seems to have had a special interest in certain numbers, particularly 7 and 33, which appear with unusual frequency in his works. Numerologists have attempted to extract meaning from these patterns, though such analyses often suffer from selection bias, noticing confirming patterns while ignoring contradictory data. Even Shakespeare's famous epitaph has been scrutinized for hidden meanings. "Good friend, for Jesus' sake forbear to dig the dust enclosed here. Blessed be the man that spares these stones, and cursed be he that moves my bones." Some interpret this as more than just a warning against disturbing his grave, suggesting it contains a coded reference to manuscripts buried with him or hidden elsewhere. Modern computational analysis has added new dimensions to the search for patterns in Shakespeare's works. Sophisticated text analysis programs have been used to compare Shakespeare's writing style to that of his contemporaries, search for anomalous word patterns, and identify potential collaborators on certain plays. While these methods have yielded some legitimate scholarly insights, they've also been pressed into service by those seeking to prove various code theories. So with all these theories and claims, what's the truth? Are there really secret messages hidden in Shakespeare's works? The most balanced answer is both yes and no. Shakespeare certainly employed wordplay, double meanings, allegories, and allusions throughout his works. Renaissance literature generally was highly referential, with educated readers expected to catch subtle classical allusions and contemporary political references. In this sense, Shakespeare's works do contain hidden messages, though they were likely meant to be understood by at least some portion of his audience rather than concealed for centuries. Deep within the misty shadows where history meets mystery lies the enigmatic story of the Priory of Sion, a secret society that may or may not have existed for nearly 1,000 years. Made famous by Dan Brown's best-selling novel, The Da Vinci Code, the Priory of Sion has captured the imagination of millions with its alleged connections to the Knights Templar, hidden treasures, and perhaps most provocatively, a bloodline descending directly from Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene. But where does the truth end and fiction begin? Was the Priory of Sion a genuine, centuries-old secret organization that shaped European history from the shadows? Or was it simply one of the most elaborate hoaxes of the 20th century? The story of the Priory of Sion as we know it today began in the 1960s in the small French village of Rennes-le-Château. There, a local restaurant owner and amateur historian named Pierre Plantard deposited a collection of documents in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris. These papers, which became known as the Dossier Secrets, or secret files, contained genealogies, maps, and historical records purporting to reveal the existence of a secret society founded in Jerusalem in 1099 by Godfrey of Bouillon, a leader of the First Crusade and the first ruler of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. According to these documents, the Priory of Sion was the hidden power behind the Knights Templar, the legendary medieval military order formed to protect pilgrims traveling to the Holy Land. When the Templars were violently suppressed in 1307 by King Philip IV of France and Pope Clement V, the Priory supposedly continued operating in secret, preserving ancient knowledge and protecting a monumental secret: the bloodline of Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene, which supposedly continued through the Merovingian dynasty of French kings. The dossier's secrets claim that the Priory had been led through the centuries by a series of grand masters, including such luminaries as Leonardo da Vinci, Isaac Newton, Victor Hugo, and Claude Debussy. These great masters, operating under the title Nautier or Navigator, allegedly guided the secretive organization as it influenced European politics, religion, and culture from behind the scenes. What made the Priory story particularly compelling was its connection to genuine historical mysteries. Rennes-le-Chais had already gained fame due to the strange story of Berenger Saunier, a local priest who somehow acquired enormous wealth in the late 19th century after discovering something mysterious in his church. Theories abounded about what Saunier might have found: buried treasure, ancient documents, or perhaps proof of the Priory's existence and its earth-shattering secret. The Priory saga gained mainstream attention in 1982 with the publication of The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail by Michael Bajan, Richard Lee, and Henry Lincoln. This international bestseller presented the Priory of Sion's story as historical fact, developing the theory that Jesus and Mary Magdalene were married and had children whose descendants became the Merovingian kings of France. According to this theory, the Holy Grail was not a physical cup, but a bloodline, the sang-real or royal blood. The book connected numerous historical enigmas into a grand conspiracy theory: strange symbolism in paintings by Priory Grand Master Leonardo da Vinci, mysterious inscriptions in churches across southern France, peculiar geographic alignments of sacred sites, and the suppression of the Knights Templar all became pieces of a vast historical puzzle. The authors suggested that the Catholic Church had been engaged in a millennia-long cover-up to suppress the truth about Jesus' humanity and his royal bloodline. 2 decades later, Dan Brown incorporated many of these ideas into the Da Vinci Code, catapulting the Priory of Sion into popular culture and introducing millions of readers to the idea of this ancient secret society and its profound secret. Brown's disclaimer that all documents and rituals in this novel are accurate led many readers to accept the historical reality of the Priory without question. But here's where the story takes a dramatic turn. In 1993, investigative journalists and researchers uncovered compelling evidence that the Priory of Sion, at least as described in the dossier's secrets, was an elaborate hoax created by Pierre Plantard. French authors Jean-Luc Chaumel and Marilyn Hopkins revealed that Plantard and a small group of associates had manufactured the medieval history of the Priory, creating false documents and planting them in the National Library to give their creation an air of historical legitimacy. The evidence for this hoax was substantial. Plantard himself had a history of involvement with fringe political groups and had previously created a small organization called the Priory of Sion in 1956, registering it officially as a social club focused on low-cost housing. This modern group had no connection to any medieval order. Documents that should have been centuries old contained modern references and anachronisms. The alleged list of Priory Grand Masters didn't stand up to historical scrutiny, with impossible overlaps in dates and dubious connections to the organization. Most damning of all, when Plantard was called to testify under oath in a French court case in 1993, he admitted that the whole story was a fabrication. The Priory of Sion, as a 1,000-year-old secret society, had never existed. The bloodline of Jesus and Mary Magdalene was a fiction. The whole elaborate tale was revealed as a peculiar mix of mystification, pseudohistory, and perhaps even a confidence scheme, as Plantard had at various times suggested that he himself was a descendant of the Merovingian line, and thus the rightful king of France. And yet the story doesn't end there. The hoax had been built upon genuine historical mysteries and incorporated real historical groups. The Knights Templar did exist, as did the Merovingian dynasty. Berenger Saunier did suddenly acquire unexplained wealth. Leonardo da Vinci did include strange symbolism in his paintings. These factual elements, interwoven with fiction, gave the Priory story a resilience that has allowed it to survive even after its exposure as a hoax. Some researchers argue that while Plantard's specific claims about the Priory may have been fabricated, he might have been inspired by or connected to genuine esoteric traditions. Various secret societies did operate throughout European history, including Rosicrucians, Freemasons, and Martinists. France in particular has a rich tradition of occult organizations, some of which preserved Gnostic and heretical ideas that challenged Orthodox Christianity. Could Plantard have been a front man for a real secret society that chose to operate through misdirection? Others suggest that even if the medieval Priory never existed, the modern organization created by Plantard in the 1950s may have evolved into something more significant than just a social club. Some of his associates had connections to esoteric circles in France, and the elaborate nature of the hoax suggests motivations beyond simple fraud or fantasy. Whatever the truth about the Priory of Sion, its story illustrates something profound about how myths and legends are created in the modern age. In earlier times, myths evolved slowly through oral tradition, gradually changing as they passed from one storyteller to another. The Priory myth, by contrast, was deliberately constructed, documented, and disseminated through modern media. It combined genuine historical mysteries, religious controversies, conspiracy theories, and spiritual longing into a compelling narrative that continues to fascinate people even after its factual basis has been undermined. The Priory story touches on deep human desires, the longing for hidden knowledge, the suspicion that powerful forces shape history from behind the scenes, the hope that ancient wisdom might still be accessible, and the wish for continuity with the sacred past. These desires don't disappear simply because one particular manifestation of them has been shown to be fictional. In the decades since the Priory hoax was exposed, numerous books, documentaries, and websites have continued to promote the Priory story as fact, often ignoring or downplaying the evidence of fabrication. Some authors have developed new theories to explain away the contradictions and evidence of forgery, suggesting deeper layers of deception and misdirection. The myth has taken on a life of its own, beyond its creator's control. Perhaps the most interesting question isn't whether the Priory of Sion existed as described, but why so many people want to believe it did. In our modern, demystified world, where satellite imagery has mapped every corner of the globe and science has explained so many former mysteries, the idea that there might still be profound secrets hidden in plain sight holds tremendous appeal. The Priory story suggests that history as we know it is incomplete or deliberately misleading, that conventional religious teachings might conceal deeper truths, and that ordinary people might stumble upon extraordinary secrets. When Pierre Plantard and his associates created their elaborate hoax, they tapped into this hunger for mystery and meaning. They created not just a fictional organization but an alternate history, a shadow narrative that runs parallel to conventional history, occasionally intersecting with it at points of genuine mystery or uncertainty. This secret history offers not just information but initiation, the feeling of being among the select few who know what really happened, who understand the hidden patterns behind seemingly random events. The Priory of Sion may not have existed as a 1,000-year-old secret society, but as a modern myth, it reveals something important about our relationship with history, religion, and mystery. We still long for hidden wisdom, for continuity with the sacred past, for the possibility that there might be more to the story than what we've been told. And perhaps there is, though not necessarily in the form of secret societies with membership lists conveniently preserved in national libraries. What makes the Priory of Sion story particularly fascinating is how it blends fact and fiction so seamlessly. The locations are real. You can visit Rennes-le-Château today and see Saunière's mysteriously funded renovations to the local church. The historical figures mentioned actually existed. The Knights Templar were indeed suddenly and violently suppressed. There are genuinely puzzling elements in Leonardo's paintings. These factual hooks give the fictional narrative something to hang onto in our minds, making it harder to dismiss entirely. Some researchers suggest that while the specific claims about the Priory may be fabricated, the underlying themes touch on genuine alternative religious traditions that have existed throughout European history. The idea of sacred feminine worship, Gnostic interpretations of Christianity, and hereditary transmission of spiritual authority all have historical precedents in movements that were often suppressed by mainstream religious authorities. The modern fascination with the Priory myth also reflects our changing relationship with traditional religious narratives. As conventional religious authority has weakened in many Western societies, people have become more willing to entertain alternative spiritual histories and heterodox interpretations of sacred texts. The Priory story, with its suggestion that the conventional story of Jesus has been deliberately incomplete, speaks to this willingness to question official narratives. What's perhaps most remarkable about the Priory of Sion is how quickly it established itself in popular consciousness. From obscure documents deposited in a library in the 1960s, to international best-selling books in the 1980s, to global popular culture phenomenon in the 2000s, the evolution of this myth happened with extraordinary speed. It demonstrates how modern media can accelerate the process of myth-making, compressing into decades a process that once took centuries. Whether you see the Priory of Sion story as an amusing hoax, a profound spiritual metaphor, or something in between, it serves as a perfect example of how humans continue to create and consume myths even in our supposedly rational modern world. We may have satellites and science, but we still hunger for mystery. We still want to believe that there are secrets waiting to be uncovered, ancient wisdom waiting to be rediscovered, hidden truths that might transform our understanding of who we are and where we came from. And perhaps that hunger itself is the real secret at the heart of the Priory of Sion story, not a medieval brotherhood or a divine bloodline, but the eternal human desire to peek behind the curtain of conventional reality and glimpse something deeper, something hidden, something that might connect us to the grand sweep of history and the ultimate mysteries of existence. In searching for the truth about the Priory of Sion, we may ultimately be searching for something within ourselves, our need for wonder in a world that sometimes seems to have explained away all its mysteries. The misty fjords and ancient forests of Scandinavia, scattered across the landscape like whispers from another age, stand the Runestones. These silent sentinels have weathered centuries of Nordic winters, yet their messages remain as enigmatic today as when they were first carved. The Runestones are not just historical markers. They are doorways to understanding a civilization that thrived in the shadows of history, leaving behind coded messages that scholars are still struggling to fully comprehend. The majority of Runestones date from the Viking Age, roughly 800 to 1200 years ago, when Norse culture was at its height. But what makes these stones truly remarkable isn't just their age. It's the stories they tell, the secrets they've kept, and the mysteries they continue to pose to modern researchers. Imagine walking through a quiet Swedish meadow and stumbling upon a massive stone, taller than a person, covered in intricate serpentine patterns with strange angular letters carved within them. These are runes, an ancient alphabet used by Germanic peoples across northern Europe. The Vikings didn't just use runes for writing. They believed these symbols held magical powers. Each rune was thought to contain its own energy, its own essence. To carve a rune wasn't just to write a letter, it was to invoke a power. But here's where the mystery deepens. While many runestones contain straightforward memorial inscriptions, Bjorn raised this stone in memory of his brother. Others seem to hide layers of meaning beneath their weathered surfaces. Take the Rörk stone in Östergötland, Sweden, perhaps the most famous and puzzling of all runestones. Standing at over 8 feet tall, its surface is crowded with nearly 800 runes, making it one of the longest known runic inscriptions. For decades, scholars believed they understood the basic message of the Rörk stone, a father's tribute to his dead son. But recent research has challenged this interpretation. The inscription begins clearly enough, with a man named Varin commemorating his fallen son Vemod. But then it spirals into what seems like nonsensical riddles, references to ancient battles, and cryptic statements about figures from Norse mythology. What if the Rörk stone isn't just a memorial? What if it's something more? A cosmic puzzle designed to ward off catastrophe? Recent studies suggest the stone might reference a climate disaster, specifically a series of volcanic eruptions around the year 736 that caused crop failures across the northern hemisphere. The inscription might be an attempt to prevent such a calamity from happening again through magical means. This theory aligns with what we know about Viking beliefs. They lived in a world populated by gods, giants, and magical beings. The boundaries between the natural and supernatural were blurred. A stone wasn't just a stone. It could be a conduit for communicating with forces beyond human understanding. Then there's the Kensington runestone, discovered in Minnesota in 1898 by a Swedish immigrant farmer named Olof Oman. This stone bears an inscription supposedly dating to 1362, detailing the journey of Norse explorers to North America more than a century before Columbus. If authentic, it would rewrite the history of European contact with the Americas. But is it real? The academic community has largely dismissed the Kensington runestone as a hoax, pointing to linguistic anachronisms and historical inconsistencies. Yet the debate continues. Supporters argue that dismissing the stone outright ignores the possibility that Norse explorers ventured much further into North America than previously thought. After all, we now know with certainty that Vikings reached Newfoundland around the year 1000. Could smaller expeditions have penetrated deeper into the continent? Perhaps the most intriguing runestones are those that seem to reference events from Norse mythology. The Ledberg stone in Sweden depicts a figure that many believe represents Odin being devoured by the wolf Fenrir during Ragnarok, the Norse apocalypse. But here's the curious part. The stone likely dates to the period when Christianity was supplanting paganism in Scandinavia. Was the carver making a statement about the old gods being defeated by the new religion? Or was this a secret affirmation of traditional beliefs in the face of change? What makes runestones particularly fascinating is that they exist at the intersection of history, mythology, linguistics, and archaeology. They're physical manifestations of a transitional period when oral traditions were being committed to more permanent form, when paganism was giving way to Christianity, when the Viking Age was slowly drawing to a close. Consider the Björketorp runestone in Blekinge, Sweden. Its inscription contains what appears to be a curse. I, master of the runes, conceal here runes of power. Incessantly plagued by maleficence, doomed to insidious death is he who breaks this monument. For centuries, local people avoided the stone, fearing the ancient curse. But what was the carver really protecting? Was there something buried beneath the stone? Or was the curse simply a way to ensure the memorial remained undisturbed? The distribution of runestones across Scandinavia isn't random. Many are located near ancient roads, bridges, and assembly sites, suggesting they served as territorial markers or public proclamations. Some researchers have proposed that runestones were part of a power dynamic, wealthy landowners commissioning these monuments to assert their status and claim to land during a period of social transformation. One of the greatest mysteries surrounding runestones is why they appeared when they did. While runes had been used for centuries on smaller objects like weapons and combs, the practice of carving elaborate inscriptions on large stones seems to have emerged suddenly around the 10th century. What triggered this shift? Was it contact with Christianity and its emphasis on written texts? Was it a response to political changes as small kingdoms consolidated? Or was it perhaps an attempt to preserve traditional knowledge in the face of cultural change? Many runestones mention journeys to distant lands, Greece, Jerusalem, England, Russia, reflecting the vast trading networks established by Norse merchants and the far-reaching voyages of Viking raiders. These stones are like ancient postcards, testifying to a culture far more connected and cosmopolitan than we might imagine. The puzzling aspect of runestones goes beyond their content. It extends to their creation. Who carved them? Were there professional rune masters traveling from village to village, offering their services? Did they work from existing templates or create unique designs for each commission? The variations in style and quality suggest a range of practitioners, from skilled artisans to amateur carvers. And then there's the question of women's roles. Several runestones were commissioned by women, often commemorating male relatives, but sometimes celebrating female achievements as well. The Dinah stone from Norway, for instance, combines Christian imagery with runic text commissioned by a mother in memory of her daughter. These stones challenge simplistic notions of Viking society as exclusively male-dominated. Perhaps the most enduring mystery is how much knowledge has been lost. We can translate most runic inscriptions, but understanding their full context, the cultural references, the inside jokes, the subtle political messages, remains elusive. It's like overhearing fragments of a conversation from 1,000 years ago and trying to reconstruct the entire dialogue. Some runestones contain secret messages hidden within their designs. Cryptic runes, where symbols are modified or substituted according to specific patterns, appear on several stones. Were these simply displays of the carver's skill, or did they contain information not meant for casual readers? The Rurk stone, for instance, includes sections where the runes must be read in unusual patterns, backwards or following the coils of the serpent design. As our understanding of runestones evolves, so too does our perception of the Viking Age. Far from being simple raiders, the Norse emerge as complex individuals with sophisticated belief systems, artistic traditions, and literary practices. They were not just warriors but poets, not just traders but philosophers contemplating their place in the cosmos. The runestones continue to speak to us across the centuries, though we may not always understand what they're saying. They remind us that history isn't a simple linear narrative but a puzzle with missing pieces. And perhaps that's their greatest value, not as sources of definitive answers, but as invitations to wonder, to question, and to recognize how much remains unknown about our shared human past. What other messages might be hidden in these ancient stones, waiting for the right interpretation to bring them to light? And what does it tell us about ourselves, that we continue to be fascinated by these whispers from the past? Deep in the archives of the Frisian Society in the Netherlands lies a manuscript so controversial that it has divided scholars for over a century and a half. Bound in a simple cover, its yellowed pages contain what purports to be the oldest European history ever written, stretching back thousands of years before the Romans, before the Greeks, even before the Egyptians. This is the Oera book, and if genuine, it would completely transform our understanding of ancient European history. But is it authentic, or is it one of the most elaborate literary hoaxes ever created? The story of the Oera book begins in 1867, when Cornelis over de Linden, a Dutch shipyard supervisor, presented a manuscript he claimed had been passed down through his family for generations. Written in an unusual version of the Old Frisian language, the text was transcribed onto paper that appeared to be from the 19th century, but over de Linden insisted it was copied from much older documents that had been in his family's possession for centuries. What makes the Oera book so extraordinary isn't just its claimed age, but its contents. The manuscript presents a startling alternative history of Europe, describing an advanced matriarchal civilization called Friars folk that supposedly flourished in northern Europe thousands of years ago. According to the text, this civilization had writing, a complex political system, and sophisticated naval technology long before the Egyptians built their pyramids. The book describes how Freya, the mother goddess, descended from the heavens and gave birth to the Frisian people, establishing their homeland in what is now the Netherlands and northern Germany. She provided them with laws, wisdom, and the alphabet they would use to record their history. The text goes on to describe how this civilization spread its influence across Europe and even to distant shores, including expeditions to Greece, India, and possibly even the Americas. Perhaps most controversially, the Oera book claims that many aspects of Greek and Egyptian civilization were actually borrowed from these advanced northern Europeans. It inverts the traditional narrative of civilization spreading from the Mediterranean northward, instead suggesting that wisdom flowed from north to south. It describes how Frisian priestesses traveled to Athens and Alexandria, bringing knowledge that would form the foundation of classical civilization. The manuscript also contains detailed accounts of cataclysmic flooding around 2193, before the Common Era that drastically changed the geography of northern Europe, drowning large portions of the Frisian homeland. Some researchers have connected this with scientific evidence of flooding in the North Sea region around that time, pointing to the partially submerged landscape known as Doggerland that once connected Britain to the European continent. When first presented to the public, the Oera book created a sensation. It was championed by some scholars who saw it as an authentic ancient text that had miraculously survived the centuries. Others immediately denounced it as an obvious forgery, pointing to numerous anachronisms and historical impossibilities within the text. The debate raged in academic circles and popular media alike, with no clear consensus emerging. Those who argue for the book's authenticity point to several intriguing elements. The text contains references to historical events that weren't widely known in the 19th century when it allegedly surfaced. It describes astronomical phenomena that align with what modern science tells us about celestial events thousands of years ago. And some of its descriptions of ancient geography, particularly regarding coastal changes and flooding, align with recent archaeological discoveries about prehistoric landscapes in northern Europe. The manuscript also contains a unique calendar system and measurements that would have required sophisticated mathematical knowledge to create as a hoax. It describes a society governed by folk mothers, wise women who maintained the laws and traditions, contrasting sharply with the patriarchal systems that dominated recorded European history. Was this a genuine memory of a forgotten social structure, or a 19th century fabrication reflecting contemporary interest in alternative social systems? Critics, however, point to numerous problems with the text. Linguistically, it contains elements that appear to be more modern than ancient. The writing system described doesn't match what linguists know about the development of European languages, and many of its historical claims contradict well-established archaeological evidence about European prehistory. Perhaps most damning is the ideological framework of the book, which aligns suspiciously well with 19th century nationalist movements in Europe. The period when the Oera book emerged was characterized by a surge in nationalist sentiment, with many European countries seeking to establish grand historical narratives that validated their cultural importance. The book's portrayal of ancient Frisians as a superior civilization that influenced all of Europe fits neatly into this context. Some historians have suggested that even if the Oera book is a forgery in terms of its claimed age, it might still contain fragments of genuine folk memories and oral traditions that had been passed down through generations. Folk tales and myths often contain kernels of historical truth, distorted through centuries of retelling, but preserving memories of actual events and cultural practices. The mystery deepened when chemical analysis was performed on the paper and ink of the manuscript in the 20th century. The results indicated that the physical document indeed dated to the 19th century, seemingly confirming suspicions of a forgery. However, supporters argued that this only proved what Over de Linden had already admitted, that the existing manuscript was a copy of much older documents that had been repeatedly transcribed over centuries. What's particularly fascinating about the Oera book is how it has been adopted by various groups over the years to support their own worldviews. In the early 20th century, it was embraced by certain nationalist and occult groups in Germany who saw it as evidence of an ancient Aryan civilization. In more recent decades, it has found supporters among neo-pagans interested in reconstructing pre-Christian European spiritual traditions, and among alternative historians who challenge mainstream archaeological narratives. Some researchers have drawn connections between the Oera book and other controversial historical texts like the Book of Veils, a contested Slavic manuscript, and the Rohank Codex, an undeciphered book from Hungary. Together, these works form a category of texts that exist in the Shadowlands between acknowledged history and folklore, between authenticity and fabrication. What if there's another possibility? What if the Oera book is neither entirely authentic nor a complete forgery, but something in between, a document that mixes genuine traditions with invented elements? Many sacred texts throughout history have evolved this way, beginning with oral traditions that were later written down and augmented with new material as they were copied and recopied. The debate continues to this day, with scholars still examining the linguistic, historical, and cultural aspects of the manuscript. Modern technology has allowed for more sophisticated analysis of the physical document, but the ultimate question of its authenticity remains unresolved. Perhaps that's what makes the Oera book so enduring. It resists easy categorization, existing in that fascinating space between proven fact and disprovable fiction. Whether authentic ancient history or elaborate hoax, the Oera book stands as a testament to humanity's enduring fascination with the past and our desire to connect with our ancestral roots. It reminds us that history is not just about facts and dates. It's about narratives, about how we understand ourselves and our place in the human story. And sometimes, the most compelling narratives are those that challenge everything we thought we knew. In the early 17th century, Europe was transformed by three anonymous publications that seemed to appear out of nowhere. Known collectively as the Rosicrucian Manifestos, these texts announced the existence of a secret brotherhood of mystics and philosophers who possessed ancient wisdom that could transform society. The impact was immediate and profound, launching what historians now call the Rosicrucian furor, a continent-wide sensation that mixed fascination, fear, and desperate curiosity about this mysterious organization. But who were the Rosicrucians really? And what secrets did their manifestos contain? The story begins in 1614 with the publication of Fama Fraternitatis, or the Fame of the Brotherhood, which appeared in Kassel, Germany. This was followed by Confessio Fraternitatis, the Confession of the Brotherhood, in 1615, and finally the Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosencreutz in 1616. Together, these texts outline the history, philosophy, and goals of the supposed Rosicrucian order, which claimed to possess secret knowledge that blended alchemy, Hermeticism, Christian mysticism, and Kabbalah. The manifestos tell the remarkable story of Christian Rosencreutz, allegedly born in 1378 in Germany. After traveling through the Middle East and North Africa as a young man, Rosencreutz encountered wise men who taught him secret wisdom from Egyptian, Arabic, and Persian traditions. Upon returning to Europe, he gathered a small group of disciples and founded the Fraternity of the Rosy Cross, dedicated to healing the sick, advancing knowledge, and working towards spiritual transformation. According to the texts, Rosicrucian lived to the extraordinary age of 106, and after his death, his tomb remained hidden for 120 years. When finally discovered by later members of the Brotherhood, his perfectly preserved body was found alongside books containing profound secrets of nature. The Manifestos claim that the Brotherhood still existed in secret, working quietly to prepare humanity for a coming age of enlightenment. What makes the Rosicrucian Manifestos so intriguing is their blend of elements. They combine mystical Christianity with Hermetic philosophy, astronomical observations with alchemical symbolism, and moral reformation with scientific inquiry. The texts speak of hidden knowledge that could transform lead into gold, cure all diseases, and extend human life. But they also emphasize that the true goal of such knowledge was spiritual rather than material wealth. The Manifestos appeared at a critical moment in European history. The Renaissance had reintroduced ancient Greek and Roman knowledge. The Protestant Reformation had challenged religious authority, and early scientific inquiry was beginning to transform understanding of the natural world. Europe was caught between the old medieval worldview and emerging modern thinking. Into this intellectual ferment came the Rosicrucian promise of a synthesis, a way to unite religion, science, and mysticism into a harmonious whole. The impact was electric. Scholars, physicians, alchemists, and theologians across Europe published hundreds of texts responding to the Manifestos, either pledging allegiance to the Brotherhood or denouncing it as heretical. Many prominent intellectual figures of the time, including René Descartes, are said to have searched for the Rosicrucians without success. Some even published advertisements in newspapers, desperately trying to contact the Brotherhood. But here's the central mystery. Despite the sensation they caused, no one could find the Rosicrucians. No one came forward to officially represent the order. The Manifestos had appeared anonymously, and the Brotherhood they described seemed to exist only in text, not in reality. This has led many historians to conclude that the original Rosicrucian order was a literary invention rather than an actual secret society. Evidence suggests that the Manifestos were likely written by a small group of Lutheran intellectuals in Tübingen, Germany, with Johann Valentin Andreae frequently identified as the primary author. Andreae later acknowledged writing the Chemical Wedding, but never claimed authorship of the other texts. Some researchers believe the Manifestos were intended as a kind of elaborate allegory or thought experiment, proposing a blueprint for how knowledge and spirituality might be reformed. However, in a fascinating twist of cultural history, the fictional brotherhood described in the Manifestos eventually inspired the creation of real Rosicrucian organizations. Beginning in the late 17th century and continuing to the present day, numerous groups have claimed descent from or inspiration by the original Rosicrucian impulse. The fiction became reality, with organizations like the ancient mystical order Rosicrucis, the Rosicrucian Fellowship, and the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn incorporating Rosicrucian symbolism and teachings into their practices. This transformation from literary creation to actual brotherhood raises fascinating questions about the nature of esoteric traditions. The line between myth and reality, between symbolic truth and historical fact, becomes blurred in the realm of secret societies and hidden knowledge. In a very real sense, the Rosicrucians came to exist precisely because people believed they existed, a remarkable example of how powerful ideas can manifest in the physical world. Beyond the question of their historical reality, what did the Rosicrucian Manifestos actually teach? At their core, they presented a vision of knowledge that transcended the divisions that were beginning to emerge in European thought. They suggested that true wisdom required studying both the book of nature, science, and the book of God, religion, and that the symbolism of alchemy contained profound truths about spiritual transformation. The texts are filled with cryptic symbolism and allegory. The Chemical Wedding, for instance, describes a mysterious spiritual journey using the language of alchemy, with the protagonist navigating a series of chambers, tests, and transformative processes. Scholars have interpreted this as everything from a coded description of actual chemical processes to an allegory for the soul's journey toward enlightenment. Central to Rosicrucian symbolism is the rose and cross, the rose representing secrecy, beauty, and unfolding wisdom, while the cross symbolizes the intersection of the divine and human realms. This imagery appears throughout Western esoteric traditions and continues to exercise a powerful influence on the imagination. The Manifestos promote several ideas that were revolutionary for their time: universal education, the free sharing of knowledge, healthcare for all people regardless of wealth, and a reformation of both religion and science. They envisioned a utopian society guided by wisdom rather than dogma, compassion rather than power. These ideals would later influence Enlightenment thinking and continue to resonate in modern progressive movements. What if the Rosicrucian texts were not just philosophical speculation, but contained actual coded knowledge? Some researchers have suggested that the Manifestos include steganography, hidden messages concealed within the text through numerical patterns, acrostics, or symbolic ciphers. If true, this would align with the tradition of hiding dangerous or revolutionary ideas within seemingly innocent texts to avoid persecution by religious or political authorities. The historical context of the Manifestos is crucial to understanding their significance. They appeared shortly after the beginning of the 30 Years' War, one of the most devastating conflicts in European history. Religious tensions between Catholics and Protestants had reached a breaking point, and the old order was crumbling. The Rosicrucian vision offered an alternative path, one that emphasized unity rather than division, wisdom rather than dogma, and spiritual renewal rather than religious conflict. Perhaps most fascinating is how the Rosicrucian current has continued to flow through Western culture for 400 years. Its influence can be seen in Freemasonry, Theosophy, Anthroposophy, and countless other esoteric movements. Rosicrucian symbols and concepts appear in the works of poets like William Butler Yeats, composers like Mozart, and scientists like Isaac Newton. The idea of hidden wisdom, accessible only to those who have eyes to see and ears to hear, continues to captivate the imagination. So we're left with an enduring mystery. Were the Rosicrucian Manifestos merely an elaborate literary hoax that took on a life of its own? Were they a genuine attempt to encode ancient wisdom in symbolic form? Or were they something in between, a serious joke meant to inspire the kind of spiritual and intellectual transformation they described? Whatever the answer, they stand as a testament to the power of ideas to shape reality, and the enduring human quest for hidden knowledge that might transform both the individual and society. Perhaps that's the true legacy of the Rosicrucian Manifestos, not the answer to whether the Brotherhood existed, but the questions they continue to provoke about the nature of knowledge, the relationship between science and spirituality, and the possibility of wisdom that transcends the boundaries of conventional thinking. Locked away in a glass case at the National Library of Sweden in Stockholm lies one of the most mysterious and unsettling manuscripts ever created. Known officially as the Codex Gigas, Latin for giant book, it has earned a far more ominous nickname, the Devil's Bible. Measuring 3 feet tall by 3 feet wide and weighing 165 pounds, it is the largest known medieval manuscript in existence. But it's not just its immense size that makes this book legendary. It's the dark myth surrounding its creation and the bizarre full-page portrait of the devil himself starring out from its pages. According to the most persistent legend, the Codex Gigas was created in a single night by a Benedictine monk who had been sentenced to be walled up alive for breaking his monastic vows. Facing this horrific punishment, the monk made a desperate bargain. He promised to create in a single night a book that would glorify the monastery forever, containing all human knowledge. To accomplish this impossible task, he sold his soul to the devil. As midnight approached and the monk realized he couldn't complete the work alone, Satan himself appeared and offered to help finish the manuscript in exchange for the monk's soul. The desperate man agreed, and the devil completed the enormous text before dawn. As a signature of sorts, Satan added his own portrait to the pages, a disturbing image that takes up a full page near the center of the book. While this dramatic origin story is almost certainly legend rather than fact, the Codex Gigas is very real, dating back to the early 13th century. Created in the Benedictine monastery of Podlages in what is now the Czech Republic, the manuscript contains the complete Latin Vulgate Bible, along with several other texts including Josephus's Antiquities of the Jews, Isidore of Seville's Encyclopedia, medical texts, a collection of exorcism spells, and various local chronicles. What makes the manuscript truly remarkable is that scientific analysis has confirmed that it was indeed written by a single scribe, though not in a single night. Experts estimate it would have taken at least 25 years of dedicated work to complete. The consistency of the handwriting throughout the entire book is astonishing, showing no signs of aging or change over what must have been decades of labor. The most famous and disturbing element of the Codex Gigas is undoubtedly the full-page portrait of the devil. Standing nearly a foot tall on the page, the image shows Satan in a frontal pose, crouching naked with clawed hands and feet, wearing an ermine loincloth, a symbol of royal authority in medieval Europe. His head is adorned with what appear to be horns or perhaps flame-like hair, and his expression is menacing yet somehow vacant. The image is isolated on the page, framed by empty space, as if the devil exists in a void of his own. What makes this portrait particularly unsettling is its uniqueness. Devils and demons were commonly depicted in medieval manuscripts, but typically as part of larger scenes showing their defeat by angels or saints. A stand-alone portrait of Satan was extremely unusual, especially one given such prominence. Directly opposite this disturbing image is a full-page representation of the heavenly city, creating a stark visual contrast between good and evil. The text itself contains other unusual elements. Scattered throughout are mysterious coded passages written in an unknown cipher that has never been fully deciphered. Some scholars believe these contain forbidden knowledge, while others suggest they might be formulas for alchemy or other occult practices. The book also includes detailed instructions for exorcisms and magical spells, suggesting its creator had more than a passing interest in the supernatural. The history of the Codex Gigas after its creation is nearly as mysterious as its origins. Historical records indicate that in 1429, Hussite revolutionaries raided the monastery at Podlages and seized the manuscript as part of their plunder. The book eventually made its way to the Imperial Library of Rudolf II in Prague. Rudolf, known for his interest in occult and esoteric subjects, was reportedly fascinated by the manuscript and may have been responsible for spreading some of the legends about its diabolical creation. During the 30 Years' War, the Swedish army looted Prague in 1648 and seized the Codex Gigas along with other treasures. The book was taken to Stockholm, where it has remained ever since, except for a brief period when it was hidden in a vault during World War II to protect it from potential bombing. Over the centuries, the Codex Gigas has accumulated a disturbing reputation for being cursed. Stories circulate about mysterious accidents befalling those who study it too closely or attempt to translate its coded sections. Some claim that the monastery where it was created suffered a series of disasters after the book was completed, including fires and disease outbreaks. While these tales lack historical verification, they've contributed to the aura of supernatural danger surrounding the manuscript. What's perhaps most fascinating about the Devil's Bible is what it reveals about medieval attitudes toward knowledge and its relationship to good and evil. The book embodies a paradox that troubled medieval thinkers, that the pursuit of complete knowledge might lead one into dangerous territory. By including both holy scripture and material on spells and demons, the creator of the Codex Gigas was walking a fine line between sacred and profane knowledge. In this sense, the manuscript reflects the complex medieval view of learning. Knowledge was seen as inherently good when it led to understanding God's creation, but potentially dangerous when it ventured into areas God had forbidden to human understanding. The fact that the book contains both religious texts and magical formulas suggests its creator was interested in exploring the boundaries between approved and forbidden knowledge. Modern scientific analysis has revealed some intriguing facts about the manuscript's creation. The consistency of the handwriting, ink composition, and layout throughout the massive book suggests it truly was the work of a single scribe over many years. Forensic examination of the parchment, which required the skins of more than 160 calves, confirms it dates to the early 13th century. The portrait of the devil has been analyzed using various imaging techniques, revealing details not visible to the naked eye. The image shows signs of having been carefully planned and executed, with preliminary sketches evident beneath the final drawing. This contradicts the legend of the devil himself creating the image in a moment of supernatural intervention. It was clearly the work of a skilled human artist. What hasn't been explained is why the scribe would dedicate decades of his life to creating such an enormous and comprehensive work. Was it an act of penance, a demonstration of extraordinary dedication, or perhaps an attempt to create something truly unique that would survive long after its creator was gone? Without knowing the identity of the scribe, these questions remain unanswered. Some scholars have suggested that the devil's portrait serves as a kind of warning to readers, a visual reminder of the dangers of forbidden knowledge and the consequences of straying from God's path. Others see it as evidence of the manuscript's creator having an unusual fascination with the demonic, perhaps even dabbling in dark practices that would have been condemned by the church. The coded passages remain one of the book's most intriguing mysteries. While some progress has been made in deciphering them, much remains unknown. The codes don't appear to use any standard medieval ciphers, suggesting they may be a unique system created by the scribe himself. What secrets these passages might contain, medical knowledge, alchemical formulas, or something entirely different, continues to intrigue researchers. The Codex Gigas occupies a unique position in the history of medieval manuscripts. While most religious texts from this period were collaborative works produced by multiple scribes in monastic scriptoria, the Devil's Bible stands as a singular achievement, the work of one individual with extraordinary patience, skill, and determination. This fact alone would make it remarkable, even without the legends of satanic intervention. Modern visitors to the National Library of Sweden can view the manuscript under carefully controlled conditions. The book is kept in a special climate-controlled case to preserve its aging parchment and inks. Many who stand before it report a strange feeling of unease, particularly when gazing at the devil's portrait, a psychological effect perhaps enhanced by knowing the legends surrounding the book's creation. Despite centuries of study, the Codex Gigas remains in many ways an enigma. We may never know who created it or why, what secrets its coded passages contain, or how much truth lies behind the legends of its diabolical origin. But perhaps that's fitting for a book known as the Devil's Bible. Some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, hovering in that shadowy realm between historical fact and supernatural legend. What endures is the manuscript itself, a testament to human determination, artistic skill, and the complex relationship between knowledge and faith that defined medieval thought. Whether created with divine inspiration, demonic assistance, or simply extraordinary human perseverance, the Devil's Bible continues to fascinate and unsettle us over 800 years after its creation, reminding us that some of the most enduring mysteries are those written in ink on parchment, waiting patiently through the centuries for someone to unlock their secrets. There are texts in this world that defy simple explanation, ancient manuscripts whose pages contain wisdom, so profound and mysterious that scholars have spent lifetimes trying to decipher their meaning. Among these enigmatic works, few are as captivating or as controversial as the Zohar, the foundational text of Jewish mysticism known as Kabbalah. This isn't just another religious manuscript. This is a text that some believe contains nothing less than the hidden code of the universe itself. The Zohar first appeared in 13th century Spain, introduced to the world by a Jewish writer named Moses de Leon, who claimed he had discovered an ancient manuscript written by a 2nd century sage named Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai. According to the story, Rabbi Shimon had received divine revelations while hiding in a cave for 13 years, fleeing Roman persecution. There, isolated from the world, he supposedly penetrated the deepest mysteries of creation and recorded his insights in what would become the Zohar. But here's where the mystery begins to unfold. Did Moses de Leon really discover this ancient text, or did he write it himself? This question has divided scholars for centuries. Some believe the Zohar is exactly what Moses de Leon claimed, an ancient text containing wisdom passed down through generations. Others argue that he authored it himself, perhaps inspired by older mystical traditions, but ultimately creating something new. The debate continues to this day, with evidence pointing in both directions. What makes the Zohar so compelling, regardless of its origins, is its astonishingly complex and layered approach to understanding reality. It's not simply a religious text in the conventional sense. Rather, it presents itself as a key to decoding the hidden structure of existence. The Zohar describes the universe as a vast, interconnected system of divine emanations, forces, and realms that extend far beyond our physical world. According to its teachings, what we perceive as reality is merely the outermost layer of a cosmic onion, with infinite depths waiting to be explored. At the heart of the Zohar's cosmology is the concept of the Sephirot, 10 divine emanations or attributes through which the infinite, unknowable essence of God, known as Ein Sof, manifests and interacts with creation. These Sephirot are often depicted as a tree-like structure, the famous tree of life, showing how divine energy flows from the highest realms down into our physical world. What's remarkable about this model is how it presents reality as fundamentally interconnected, every part influencing every other part in an elaborate cosmic dance. But the true mystery of the Zohar goes even deeper. Throughout its thousands of pages of densely symbolic text, certain patterns emerge that have led some scholars to suggest that the Zohar may contain mathematical and scientific knowledge that shouldn't have been available in the 13th century. Some point to passages that seem to describe the structure of atoms, the nature of light, or even concepts related to quantum physics, all hidden behind layers of mystical language and symbolic imagery. For instance, the Zohar discusses how light was the first creation, and how it contains all other creations within it, an idea that resonates with modern physics' understanding of how matter and energy are fundamentally connected. It describes how the universe expanded from a tiny point, reminiscent of the Big Bang theory. It even contains passages about multiple dimensions and parallel worlds, concepts that mainstream science wouldn't begin to seriously consider until centuries later. Some researchers have gone further, applying gematria, a system where Hebrew letters correspond to numbers, to analyze the Zohar's text. They claim to have discovered intricate numerical patterns and codes embedded within the text that reveal everything from astronomical data to predictions about world events. Could the author or authors of this ancient text have encoded scientific knowledge within its mysterious passages, preserving it for future generations to discover? What makes these potential connections even more intriguing is that if Moses de Leon did indeed write the Zohar in the 13th century, how would he have known about concepts that modern science wouldn't discover for hundreds of years? And if he truly was working from an ancient source, how did that knowledge find its way into a text supposedly written in the 2nd century, long before modern scientific methods had been developed? One particularly fascinating aspect of the Zohar is its description of creation through the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. According to the text, God used these letters as tools or building blocks to form reality, each letter representing a different creative force or energy. Some modern researchers have noted striking parallels between this concept and how our DNA uses a limited set of building blocks to create the vast diversity of life. Others have compared it to computer programming, where complex systems are built using a finite set of code elements. Could the Zohar be describing the universe as a kind of divine code, written in a language we're only beginning to understand? The Zohar also contains detailed discussions about the nature of consciousness and its relationship to physical reality. It describes how human thought and intention can influence the world around us, an idea that bears some resemblance to certain interpretations of quantum physics, where the observer seems to play a role in determining the behavior of subatomic particles. The text suggests that consciousness is not simply a product of the brain, but a fundamental aspect of reality itself, connected to higher dimensions of existence. Critics, of course, argue that these connections are either coincidental or the result of reading modern concepts back into ancient texts. They suggest that the vague and symbolic language of mystical writings makes it easy to find whatever meaning you're looking for if you look hard enough. And they have a point. It's important to approach these claimed connections with critical thinking and careful analysis. But even skeptics must acknowledge the extraordinary complexity and sophistication of the Zohar's worldview. Whether or not it contains scientific knowledge ahead of its time, it certainly presents a fascinating model of reality that continues to intrigue scholars, mystics, and scientists alike. Its vision of an interconnected, multi-layered cosmos with consciousness as a fundamental component has found unexpected resonance with some cutting-edge theories in modern physics and consciousness studies. Perhaps the most compelling mystery of the Zohar isn't about when it was written or by whom, but rather how it seems to bridge ancient wisdom traditions with modern scientific understanding. How is it that a text centuries old contains concepts that align with discoveries made only in recent decades? Is this evidence of some lost ancient knowledge, a remarkable case of intuitive insight, or simply our modern tendency to find patterns and connections even where none exist? The debate about the Zohar's origins and meaning continues to this day, with new interpretations and analyses constantly emerging. Some contemporary Kabbalists believe that the Zohar was intentionally written to be fully understood only in our time, as humanity developed the scientific and spiritual tools necessary to grasp its deeper meanings. They point to a tradition that the wisdom of Kabbalah was meant to be fully revealed only in the final generations, before a great spiritual transformation of humanity. What's certain is that the Zohar remains one of the world's most mysterious and profound texts, a labyrinthine work that seems to deepen rather than diminish with study. Its complex symbolism, layered meanings, and holistic vision of reality continue to fascinate seekers from various backgrounds, from traditional religious scholars to modern physicists exploring the fundamental nature of existence. Whether or not the Zohar truly contains a hidden code of the universe remains an open question, but perhaps that's exactly as it should be. The text itself teaches that mystery is essential to wisdom, that some truths can only be approached through contemplation and intuition rather than direct analysis. In a world increasingly dominated by algorithms and data, the Zohar reminds us that some of the deepest aspects of reality may remain forever just beyond the reach of our rational minds, accessible only through the language of symbol, metaphor, and mystical insight. As we continue to explore the frontiers of science and consciousness, the ancient wisdom of texts like the Zohar may prove to be not just historical curiosities, but valuable companions on our journey, offering perspectives and insights that complement our modern approaches to understanding the universe and our place within it. The greatest mystery of all may be how ancient and modern wisdom might ultimately converge, revealing a more complete picture of reality than either could provide alone. Deep in the sands of ancient Mesopotamia, clay tablets bearing one of humanity's oldest stories lay buried for thousands of years. When these tablets were finally unearthed in the 19th century, they revealed a tale so ancient yet so familiar that it would forever change our understanding of biblical narratives and the shared mythology of human civilization. This is the Epic of Gilgamesh, a story that predates the Bible by at least 1,000 years, yet contains striking parallels to some of its most famous accounts, particularly the story of a great flood that nearly wiped humanity from existence. But if this flood narrative existed long before the biblical account, what does that tell us about the origins of these stories? And more intriguingly, could they be preserving the memory of a real catastrophic event that shaped human history? The Epic of Gilgamesh tells the story of a semi-divine king of Uruk, a man of tremendous strength and appetite who ruled as a tyrant until the gods created a wild man named Enkidu to be his equal and companion. Together, they embark on adventures, slaying monsters and defying the gods until Enkidu is struck down with a fatal illness. Devastated by his friend's death and confronted with his own mortality, Gilgamesh sets out on a quest for immortality that takes him to the ends of the earth and beyond. It's during this quest that Gilgamesh encounters Utnapishtim, the only human ever granted immortality by the gods. And here's where the story takes a fascinating turn. Utnapishtim tells Gilgamesh how he achieved immortality through surviving a great flood sent by the gods to wipe out humanity. The parallels to the biblical story of Noah are unmistakable, yet this account was recorded centuries earlier. According to Utnapishtim's tale, the god E warned him about the coming flood and instructed him to build a massive boat in the shape of a cube. He was told to bring aboard his family, craftsmen, and the seed of all living creatures. For 6 days and 7 nights, storm and flood ravaged the earth until even the gods were frightened by the destruction they had unleashed. When the waters finally receded, Utnapishtim's boat came to rest on Mount Nisir. He released birds to determine if the floodwaters had receded, first a dove, then a swallow, and finally a raven that did not return, indicating that dry land had appeared. Upon landing, Utnapishtim offered sacrifices, and the gods, regretful of the destruction they had caused, granted him and his wife immortality. The similarities to the biblical flood account are remarkable: the divine decision to destroy humanity, the warning given to one righteous man, the construction of a vessel, the bringing aboard of animals, the use of birds to search for dry land, the landing on a mountain, and the offering of sacrifices afterward. These parallels raise profound questions about the relationship between these narratives. Are they independent accounts of the same historical event, or did one tradition influence the other? Most scholars believe that biblical writers were likely familiar with the Mesopotamian flood story and adapted it for their own theological purposes. The Hebrew account places emphasis on moral corruption as the reason for divine punishment, whereas the Mesopotamian version suggests the gods were annoyed by human noise and overpopulation. The biblical flood serves a clear moral purpose within its narrative, while the Mesopotamian version seems more arbitrary. But the deeper question remains: what inspired these flood stories in the first place? Similar flood myths appear in cultures around the world, from ancient China to indigenous American traditions. Could they all be preserving the memory of an actual catastrophic flood that affected multiple regions? Some researchers point to geological evidence of major flooding events at the end of the last ice age, around 12,000 years ago. As the massive ice sheets that covered much of the northern hemisphere melted, sea levels rose dramatically, potentially flooding coastal settlements and creating traumatic memories that were passed down through generations. The flooding of the Black Sea basin around 7,600 years ago is another candidate, as rising Mediterranean waters breached the Bosporus and rapidly transformed a freshwater lake into a saltwater sea, potentially displacing numerous settlements around its shores. Others look to regional catastrophes like river valley flooding in Mesopotamia, where the unpredictable Tigris and Euphrates rivers could bring devastating floods. Living in this environment, the ancient Sumerians and their descendants would have experienced periodic destructive flooding that might have seemed world-ending to those affected, especially if particularly severe floods occurred within living memory. What makes the Gilgamesh flood account particularly valuable is its age and detail. The most complete version we have today comes from tablets discovered in the ruins of the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal's library at Nineveh, dating to the 7th century BCE. However, fragments of the story have been found dating back much earlier, with some elements appearing in Sumerian talis from around 4,000 years ago. This places the written record of this flood narrative at least 1,000 years before the compilation of the Hebrew Bible began. But the epic's significance goes beyond just the flood story. Throughout the narrative, we see a profound wrestling with questions of mortality, civilization, and humanity's relationship with the divine, themes that would resonate through religious and philosophical traditions for millennia to come. Gilgamesh's journey represents one of humanity's earliest recorded confrontations with the inevitability of death and the search for meaning in the face of mortality. The epic also provides fascinating glimpses into the worldview of ancient Mesopotamians. Their conception of the afterlife was bleak, a shadowy underworld where souls existed as mere shadows of their former selves. This stands in contrast to later religious traditions that developed more elaborate and sometimes more hopeful visions of life after death. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, immortality is portrayed as virtually unattainable for humans, with even partial success coming at tremendous cost. Perhaps what makes the Epic of Gilgamesh so powerful is that beneath its fantastic elements and mythological trappings, it tells a deeply human story. Gilgamesh's grief for his friend Enkidu and his fear of his own mortality reflect universal human experiences that transcend time and culture. His ultimate realization that immortality might lie not in endless life, but in the legacies we leave behind feels remarkably modern and resonant. The epic also captures a pivotal moment in human development, the tension between our wild, natural origins and the emerging urban civilization of ancient Mesopotamia. Enkidu begins as a wild man living among animals, but is civilized through human contact, particularly his encounter with a temple priestess. This transformation from wild to civilized parallels humanity's own journey from hunter-gatherer societies to agricultural settlements and eventually to the first cities. The discovery and translation of the Epic of Gilgamesh in the 19th century sent shockwaves through biblical scholarship and our understanding of ancient literature. Here was proof that many elements of biblical narratives were not unique, but part of a broader ancient Near Eastern cultural context. This realization didn't necessarily diminish religious traditions, but expanded our understanding of how ancient texts emerged from and responded to their cultural environments. Today, the Epic of Gilgamesh stands as a bridge between our world and the distant past, offering insights into how our ancestors understood themselves and their place in the cosmos. Its flood story reminds us that great narratives rarely emerge in isolation, but build upon and transform older traditions. Whatever historical kernel might lie at the heart of these ancient flood accounts, they have grown into powerful symbols of destruction and rebirth, divine judgment and mercy, humanity's vulnerability and resilience. As we continue to uncover and decipher ancient texts, each discovery adds new pieces to the puzzle of our shared human heritage. The Epic of Gilgamesh, with its pre-biblical flood account, invites us to consider how stories travel across cultures and through time, carrying with them the memories, fears, hopes, and wisdom of those who came before us. In its ancient lines, etched on clay tablets thousands of years ago, we can still hear echoes of questions that continue to define the human experience. Questions about life and death, gods and mortals, destruction and survival, and the legacies we leave behind. Hidden within the oldest religious texts in the world are passages so strange, so unexpectedly modern in their descriptions that they've left scholars and scientists alike wondering if they might contain knowledge far beyond their time. The ancient Vedas, sacred scriptures of Hinduism composed over 3,000 years ago, contain accounts of devastating weapons and aerial vehicles that some believe bear an uncanny resemblance to modern technology, particularly nuclear weapons and their horrific aftermath. These aren't vague metaphors or poetic flourishes. They're detailed descriptions of weapons capable of leveling cities, poisoning survivors, and leaving lasting environmental damage. But could these truly be records of advanced ancient technology, perhaps evidence of a forgotten chapter in human history? Or are we simply reading our modern fears and knowledge back into ancient poetry? The Vedas themselves are a vast collection of hymns, philosophical texts, and instructions composed in Sanskrit between 1500 and 500 BCE, though Hindu tradition holds that they were not written by humans at all, but revealed to ancient sages in deep meditation. Among these texts, it's primarily the later editions like the Mahabharata and various Puranas that contain the most striking technological descriptions. These epics tell tales of gods and heroes wielding weapons of unimaginable power in ancient conflicts, weapons whose effects sound disturbingly familiar to modern ears. Consider the description of the Brahmastra, a weapon mentioned multiple times in these texts. According to the Mahabharata, this weapon is a single projectile charged with the power of the universe, capable of destroying entire cities. The text describes its impact: a single projectile charged with all the power of the universe. An incandescent column of smoke and flame as bright as 10,000 suns rose in all its splendor. It was an unknown weapon, an iron thunderbolt, a gigantic messenger of death, which reduced to ashes the entire race of the Vrishnis and the Andhakas. The aftermath described is equally chilling. The corpses were so burned as to be unrecognizable. Hair and nails fell out, pottery broke without apparent cause, and the birds turned white. After a few hours, all foodstuffs were infected. To escape from this fire, the soldiers threw themselves in streams to wash themselves and their equipment. For those familiar with the effects of radiation poisoning following nuclear explosions, the similarities are difficult to ignore. The descriptions of unrecognizable corpses, hair and nail loss, contaminated food, and the need to wash in water all parallel known effects of radiation exposure. Other passages describe how areas struck by these weapons became barren, with nothing growing there for years afterward, reminiscent of the long-term environmental impact of nuclear contamination. Another weapon, the Pasupadastra, is described as creating a flash of light that could burn through any target and could not be countered by any defense except another divine weapon. The texts warn that this weapon should never be used against lesser warriors or those not using celestial weapons themselves, as it could destroy the entire world. A concept remarkably similar to modern concerns about nuclear proliferation and the doctrine of mutually assured destruction. Beyond weapons, the ancient texts also describe flying machines called vimanas, capable of traveling between worlds and engaging in aerial combat. The Vaimanika Shastra, a text purportedly based on ancient knowledge but compiled in the early 20th century, even contains detailed technical information about how these vehicles were constructed and operated, including mentions of mercury-based propulsion systems. So what are we to make of these descriptions? Those who believe these texts may be preserving knowledge of advanced ancient technology point to several arguments. First, they note the specificity and consistency of the descriptions across different texts. Second, they highlight how accurately these ancient accounts mirror the known effects of nuclear weapons, despite being written thousands of years before nuclear fission was discovered by modern science. Finally, they point to archaeological sites like Mohenjo-Daro in Pakistan, where some researchers claim to have found evidence of ancient atomic detonation, including layers of vitrified sand fused into glass by extreme heat, and unexpectedly high levels of radiation in some human remains. Mainstream historians and archaeologists, however, offer more conventional explanations. They suggest that these vivid descriptions are likely metaphorical accounts of conventional warfare, perhaps exaggerated over generations of retelling. Lightning, fire, and other natural phenomena may have inspired these accounts of divine weapons. The seemingly modern elements might be coincidental or reflect universal human experiences of destructive power. Regarding archaeological sites like Mohenjo-Daro, conventional science attributes their abandonment to climate change, flooding, or shifts in trade routes rather than ancient nuclear war. The vitrification found at some ancient sites can be explained by lightning strikes, natural fires, or conventional warfare using materials like pitch and sulfur that could achieve very high temperatures. Another perspective suggests that these texts might contain symbolic or spiritual truths rather than literal technological descriptions. In Hindu philosophy, destruction and creation are seen as part of a cosmic cycle. Weapons that can destroy worlds might be metaphorical representations of cosmic forces rather than literal devices. The detailed technical specifications found in some later texts could represent attempts by ancient authors to rationalize mythological accounts using the scientific knowledge of their own time. Yet the question persists: why would ancient authors create such specific descriptions of radiation poisoning, atmospheric disturbance, and long-term environmental contamination if they had no concept of such phenomena? Some of these details seem oddly specific for pure invention, particularly in a pre-industrial society. One intriguing possibility is that these texts might preserve memories of natural catastrophes like meteor impacts, massive volcanic eruptions, or other devastating events that primitive observers interpreted through a mythological lens. The description of 10,000 suns could reflect the blinding light of a meteor explosion, while the aftermath of such an event, including fires, environmental devastation, and even certain types of contamination, might parallel some aspects of the texts. It's also worth noting that ancient civilizations were often more technologically sophisticated than we give them credit for. From the remarkable astronomical knowledge of the Maya to the engineering precision of the Great Pyramid, history is full of examples of ancient peoples achieving feats that seem beyond their technological level. While this doesn't necessarily support claims of ancient nuclear weapons, it should perhaps make us hesitant to dismiss unusual ancient knowledge claims outright. Some researchers have suggested a middle ground, that these texts might represent contact between ancient humans and more advanced civilizations, whether extraterrestrial or from advanced human societies that have been lost to history. While such theories remain highly speculative and lack conventional evidence, they attempt to reconcile the apparent advanced knowledge in these texts with the limitations of known ancient technology. What makes this question particularly fascinating is that similar descriptions appear in the ancient texts of other civilizations as well. From biblical accounts of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah to Hopi legends of previous worlds destroyed by fire, narratives of catastrophic destruction through seemingly advanced means appear across cultures. Could they all be preserving fragments of a shared historical memory? Whether or not the Vedas literally describe nuclear war, they certainly contain a warning that seems prophetic in our atomic age, that humanity's capacity for destruction can outpace its wisdom. Throughout these ancient texts runs a consistent moral thread. These ultimate weapons should only be used as a last resort. Their power must be respected, and their deployment carries serious karmic consequences. In an era where nuclear proliferation remains a serious global concern, there's a certain irony in finding similar ethical wrestling in texts thousands of years old. Perhaps the most important aspect of these ancient accounts is how they challenge us to remain humble about the limits of our historical knowledge. New archaeological discoveries continually push back the timeline of human accomplishment and sophistication. From Göbekli Tepe's massive stone structures, built before conventional agriculture, to evidence of ancient global trade networks spanning continents, our understanding of what our ancestors were capable of continues to evolve. The Vedic accounts of devastating weapons and flying machines remain a tantalizing mystery, neither conclusively proven as evidence of advanced ancient technology nor satisfactorily explained away by conventional interpretations. They stand as a reminder that history, particularly ancient history, still contains enigmas waiting to be solved. Whether these passages represent garbled memories of real events, imaginative mythology with coincidental parallels to modern technology, or something else entirely, they continue to fascinate and perplex those who encounter them, inviting us to question the boundaries of what we think we know about our past. In the shadow of ancient temples, across the Mediterranean world, mysterious women known as Sibyls once uttered prophecies in frenzied states, their words collected and guarded as some of the most valuable texts of the ancient world. These weren't just any prophecies. They were believed to hold the keys to the future of nations, empires, and ultimately the fate of humanity itself. The Sibylline oracles, as these collections came to be known, represent one of the most enigmatic and controversial bodies of prophetic literature ever assembled. But what exactly were these ancient warnings? Were they merely political propaganda dressed as divine revelation, or could they contain genuine glimpses of future events? And perhaps most intriguing of all, do some of their predictions still await fulfillment in our own time? The story of the Sibylline oracles begins in the mists of antiquity. According to Roman legend, an elderly woman approached Tarquinius Superbus, the last king of Rome, offering to sell him 9 books of prophecies for an exorbitant sum. When the king refused, she burned 3 of the books and offered the remaining 6 for the same price. Again the king refused, and again she burned 3 more books. Finally, realizing the value of what was being destroyed, the king purchased the remaining 3 books at the original price asked for all 9. These books became the original Sibylline books, kept in the Temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill, and consulted only in times of grave national crisis. While this story may be more legend than history, it captures something essential about how the ancient world viewed these prophecies, as incredibly valuable yet inherently fragile, knowledge that could be lost if not properly valued and preserved. The original Roman collection was indeed destroyed when the Temple of Jupiter burned in 83 BCE, though efforts were made to reconstruct it by gathering similar oracles from throughout the Mediterranean. What makes the Sibylline tradition particularly fascinating is its cross-cultural nature. Sibyls operated throughout the ancient world, from Persia to Libya, from Babylon to Greece. Though initially pagan, the tradition was eventually adopted and adapted by Jews and later Christians, each adding their own layers of prophecy and interpretation. This resulted in a complex collection of texts written over nearly 1,000 years, between the 2nd century BCE and the 7th century CE, reflecting diverse religious and political perspectives while maintaining certain consistent themes and imagery. The content of these prophecies ranged from relatively mundane predictions about harvests and political leadership to cosmic visions of the end of the world. Many contained warnings of divine punishment for moral corruption, predictions of natural disasters, and foretelling of wars and the rise and fall of empires. Later Christian editions incorporated apocalyptic visions similar to those in the Book of Revelation, describing a final judgment and the coming of a messianic figure. One of the most striking aspects of the Sibylline oracles is their use of what scholars call prophecy after the fact, descriptions of past events written as if they were predictions. This technique, common in apocalyptic literature, served to establish the credibility of the prophet before moving on to genuine predictions about the future. For instance, oracles written after the fall of the Roman Republic accurately predict events leading up to it, then continue with forecasts about what would happen next. This literary device has made it challenging for historians to determine which parts of the oracles might represent genuine attempts at prediction versus retroactive prophecies. Despite this complexity, certain Sibylline prophecies have captured attention for their seemingly accurate foreshadowing of events unknown to their authors. Some appear to predict the rise of Rome as a world power, the coming of Alexander the Great, or the emergence of Christianity. Others contain apparent references to natural disasters like the eruption of Mount Vesuvius that buried Pompeii. While skeptics can explain many of these as educated guesses, political propaganda, or vague statements that could apply to multiple events, the accumulated weight of these hits has maintained interest in these texts across millennia. Among the most intriguing elements are prophecies that some believe remain unfulfilled. Certain oracles speak of a time of great tribulation followed by a golden age of peace and justice. They describe a sequence of world-shaking events, including unprecedented natural disasters, the emergence of powerful but morally corrupt leaders, and ultimately a fundamental transformation of human society. To some readers, these ancient warnings seem to speak directly to our modern age, with its environmental crises, political upheavals, and technological transformations. For instance, several passages describe environmental devastation in terms that seem eerily prescient of modern climate concerns. The air shall no longer bring forth fruit in its season. The earth shall refuse to yield its increase. The sea shall inundate many regions. The heavens shall withhold their dew, and deadly blight shall waste the seed of corn. Other sections warn of fire falling from the heavens, and stars falling like leaves from a vine, imagery that has been variously interpreted as describing asteroid impacts, nuclear warfare, or other modern catastrophes unknown to the ancient world. The political prophecies are equally striking, with descriptions of leaders who speak peace but make war in nations that devour one another, even as they claim to seek harmony. One notable passage speaks of a time when gold will rule the world, potentially foreshadowing our modern global economic system, where financial concerns often override other values. But perhaps the most fascinating aspect of the Sibylline tradition is how these prophecies were used and interpreted in their own time. Far from being merely passive predictions, they were active political and religious tools. Roman authorities kept tight control over their official collection, allowing it to be consulted only by specially appointed priests and only when authorized by the Senate. Why such secrecy and control? Because these prophecies had the power to shape public opinion and policy, potentially destabilizing the state if misused. During the turbulent period of Rome's transition from republic to empire, competing Sibylline prophecies circulated, some supporting and others condemning the rise of imperial power. Later, early Christians created or adapted Sibylline texts to validate their beliefs, pointing to supposed pagan prophecies that had predicted Christ. In a world where prophecy carried enormous cultural authority, controlling these texts meant controlling a powerful narrative about destiny and divine favor. This political dimension raises important questions about prophecy in general. Were the Sibyls independent voices speaking truth to power, or were they themselves tools of various political and religious factions? The evidence suggests both dynamics were at play throughout the long history of Sibylline prophecy. Some oracles clearly served the interests of those in power, while others contained subversive messages challenging the status quo. The most powerful prophecies often worked on multiple levels, containing messages that could be interpreted differently by different audiences. What's particularly remarkable about the Sibylline tradition is its longevity and adaptability. These prophecies remained influential from ancient Greece through the Roman Empire and well into the Christian Middle Ages. Michelangelo painted Sibyls alongside biblical prophets on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, demonstrating how thoroughly these originally pagan prophetesses had been incorporated into Christian tradition. Even after their direct influence waned, they left an indelible mark on how Western civilization understands concepts like fate, divine judgment, and the cyclical nature of history. For modern scholars, The Sibylline oracles provide valuable insights into the political and religious concerns of their times. They reveal anxieties about moral decline, environmental stability, warfare, and social cohesion that resonate across the centuries. They show how prophecy could serve both as a warning and as a source of hope, condemning present corruption, while promising eventual restoration and renewal. But what about their predictive value? While academic scholars generally view these texts as cultural and historical documents rather than genuine prophecies, others maintain that they contain authentic glimpses of future events. Some point to statistical analyses suggesting that certain Sibylline predictions exceed what could be expected from chance or educated guessing. Others argue that the prophetic state described in ancient accounts, often involving altered consciousness and trance-like conditions, might have allowed access to information beyond ordinary perception. Perhaps the most balanced approach recognizes that prophecy often works through patterns rather than specifics. Human societies face recurring challenges, environmental threats, moral corruption, abuse of power, warfare, economic instability. The Sibylline oracles identify these patterns and their typical consequences, warning that certain behaviors will lead to predictable outcomes while offering hope that correction is possible. Viewed this way, these ancient warnings remain relevant not because they magically foresaw specific 21st century events, but because they understood enduring human tendencies and their likely results. Whether one views them as divine revelations, political propaganda, psychological insights, or some combination of these, the Sibylline prophecies offer a fascinating window into how ancient peoples understood their world and its possible futures. They remind us that concern about humanity's destiny is nothing new, that apocalyptic fears and utopian hopes have accompanied us throughout our journey as a species. As we face our own unprecedented challenges, climate change, technological disruption, political polarization, pandemic disease, these ancient warnings from the past invite us to consider the patterns of history and the consequences of our collective choices. The Sibyls may not have literally foreseen our modern predicaments, but their fundamental message remains worth heeding, that human societies ignore moral and natural laws at their peril, and that correction, while potentially painful, offers the hope of renewal and restoration. In this sense, perhaps the true value of prophecy lies not in predicting specific events, but in helping us recognize the deeper patterns that connect past, present, and future patterns that, once recognized, might yet be changed. The Sibylline warning that continues to echo across millennia is that our choices matter, that actions have consequences extending far beyond individual lives, and that wisdom lies in heeding the lessons of the past as we create our future. Among the countless archaeological mysteries that have perplexed scholars for generations, few are as tantalizingly enigmatic as the Phaistos disc. Discovered over a century ago in the ruins of an ancient Minoan palace on the island of Crete, this small clay disc bears inscriptions unlike anything else in the archaeological record. It's a singular artifact that stands alone, refusing to yield its secrets despite decades of intensive study by the world's foremost linguists and archaeologists. The story of the Phaistos disc begins in 1908, when Italian archaeologist Luigi Pernier was excavating the Minoan palace of Phaistos in southern Crete. Deep within the ruins of this once magnificent structure, Pernier uncovered something extraordinary: a fired clay disc approximately 6 inches in diameter, covered on both sides with a spiral of stamped symbols. When the dust was carefully brushed away, 242 individual pictographic symbols arranged in 61 groups were revealed, spiraling from the outside edge toward the center. What immediately struck researchers was the method of creation. Unlike other ancient writing systems where symbols were individually carved or painted, the characters on the Phaistos disc were pressed into the soft clay using a set of prefabricated stamps, essentially creating the world's first movable type printing system, some 3,500 years before Gutenberg developed his printing press. This sophisticated production method suggests a level of technological advancement that seems out of place for its time. Dating the disc has been contentious, but most scholars place it in the Middle or Late Minoan period, somewhere between 1850 and 1600 BCE. This makes it a contemporary of other ancient writing systems like Egyptian hieroglyphics and Mesopotamian cuneiform. Yet unlike those scripts, which appear on thousands of artifacts and documents, the writing system on the Festos disc has never been found anywhere else. It stands as a complete anomaly, a writing system with only a single known example. The 45 unique symbols on the disc depict a fascinating array of objects from daily life: human figures with varying hairstyles and clothing, animals including fish and birds, plants, tools, and geometric shapes. Some are relatively easy to identify: a shield, a dove, a fish, while others remain ambiguous. But what do they mean? Are they pictographs representing specific objects, ideograms conveying abstract concepts? Or do they represent sounds, forming a syllabary or alphabet? For over a century, linguists, cryptographers, archaeologists, and enthusiastic amateurs have attempted to crack the code. Some approaches have been methodical and scientific, others wildly speculative, but none have produced a translation that satisfies the rigorous standards of the academic community. The disc remains stubbornly silent, its message locked away by time. One of the fundamental challenges in deciphering the disc is the limited sample size. With only 242 symbols, there simply isn't enough statistical data for reliable frequency analysis, a crucial technique in decoding unknown scripts. For comparison, when Michael Ventris deciphered Linear B, another Cretan script, in the 1950s, he had thousands of symbols across multiple tablets to work with. The short length of the Festos text makes it virtually impossible to identify patterns with certainty. Some scholars believe the text might be written in the Minoan language, the mysterious tongue spoken by the ancient civilization that dominated Crete before the rise of Mycenaean Greek influence. But since Minoan itself remains undeciphered, Linear A, the main Minoan script, has yet to be translated. This creates a double mystery. It would be like trying to decipher an unknown script written in an unknown language, a cryptographic nightmare. Over the decades, proposed translations have claimed the disc contains everything from a sacred hymn to a military decree, from a navigation guide to an astronomical calendar. Some have suggested it might be a board game, a geometric theorem, or even a message from extraterrestrial visitors. One researcher famously claimed it was a prayer to the Minoan mother goddess, while another interpreted it as a document listing sites around the Mediterranean where the Minoans had established colonies. Yves Duhoux, a leading authority on Aegean scripts, has cataloged over 30 claimed decipherments, none convincing to the broader scholarly community. The most credible attempts focus on identifying the language family and writing system type, rather than producing literal translations. Is it syllabic like Linear B, logographic like early Chinese, or something else entirely? One intriguing theory proposed by Greek historian and linguist Gareth Owens suggests the disc contains a hymn to the Minoan goddess of fertility, with certain symbols corresponding to the titles and attributes of the deity. According to Owens, who has worked with phonetic values from related Cretan scripts, words for mother, goddess, and pregnant woman can be identified in the text. His work represents one of the more methodical approaches, though it remains contested. Another compelling hypothesis comes from Dr. Jean Fauconau, who believes the disc is written in an archaic form of Greek, predating the known Greek alphabets. He suggests the text describes the legendary journey of the god Apollo to the land of the Hyperboreans, a mythical people believed to live in the far north. While creative, this theory struggles to account for the vast chronological gap between the disc and the earliest known Greek writing. But the mystery deepens beyond just what the text says. There are fundamental questions about the object itself. Why was this specific text important enough to warrant the creation of a specialized set of stamps? The time and craftsmanship required to create dozens of individual seals suggests this wasn't a casual effort, but rather preparation for producing multiple copies. Yet no other examples have ever been found. Did they exist and perish over time? Or was the Festos disc a unique creation, perhaps a prototype for a printing system that never reached wider implementation? Some researchers have questioned the disc's authenticity altogether, suggesting it might be an elaborate archaeological hoax. This theory points to the unprecedented nature of the printing technology and the convenience of having discovered an artifact that cannot be compared to any other. However, most scholars reject this notion. Scientific analysis of the clay and firing techniques are consistent with Minoan pottery of the period, and the circumstances of the disc's discovery have been well documented. Then there's the curious matter of the disc's function. Was it a religious text, an administrative record, a historical account, or something else entirely? Its physical characteristics offer few clues. The disc was found in a context suggesting it was deliberately stored, possibly as an important archive or sacred object. Small dots and line markings appear at certain points in the spiral, potentially indicating word or phrase divisions. On one edge, there's what appears to be a single corrected symbol, where the writer pressed one stamp over another, a tantalizing glimpse of the human hand behind this ancient mystery. Perhaps most fascinating is the possibility that the Festos disc represents a writing system developed independently from the major scripts of the ancient Mediterranean world. If true, it would represent a unique branch of written communication that emerged, flourished briefly, and disappeared without leaving other traces. This would be an extraordinary case of parallel evolution in writing systems, challenging our understanding of how written language develops. What makes the Festos disc so captivating is not just what we don't know, but what it suggests about what else we might not know. If an entire writing system could vanish so completely, leaving behind just a single artifact, what other sophisticated ancient knowledge has been lost to time? How many other innovations, technologies, and ideas once flourished and then disappeared without a trace? As technology advances, new hope emerges for finally cracking this ancient code. Advanced imaging techniques have revealed previously unnoticed details about how the stamps were applied. Computer algorithms designed for pattern recognition continue to analyze the symbol sequences, searching for statistical regularities that human eyes might miss. Perhaps one day soon, these silent symbols will speak again, telling us their long-held secrets. Until then, the Festos disc remains one of archaeology's most elegant enigmas, a message in a bottle from an ancient shore, washed up on the beaches of our time, still waiting for someone to understand what it has to say. In a world where we expect instant answers at our fingertips, it stands as a humbling reminder that some mysteries resist our best efforts to solve them. Some voices from the past still speak in languages we have yet to understand. In the winter of 1945, as World War II was drawing to a close, an Egyptian farmer named Mohammed Ali al-Salman was digging for fertilizer near the limestone caves of Jabal al-Tarif, close to the town of Nag Hammadi in Upper Egypt. While working the soil, his hoe struck something hard, a sealed earthenware jar nearly 3 feet tall. Hopping for treasure, he hesitated before breaking it open, fearing it might contain a jinn, a dangerous spirit of Arabian mythology. Eventually, curiosity overcame caution. He shattered the jar, but instead of gold or jewels, he found 13 leather-bound papyrus codices, ancient books containing over 50 texts written in Coptic, the late form of ancient Egyptian language. Unaware of their true significance, Mohammed Ali took them home where, tragically, his mother reportedly used some of the papyrus to kindle the family's cooking fire. It was only later, after the surviving manuscripts changed hands several times through various antiquities dealers, that their true importance became clear. What Mohammed Ali had stumbled upon was what we now call the Nag Hammadi Library. one of the most remarkable ancient manuscript discoveries of all time, containing lost gospels, secret teachings, and alternative Christian texts that had been hidden away for 16 centuries. The codices date from around the 4th century CE, but the texts themselves are translations of Greek originals written much earlier, likely between the 1st and 3rd centuries CE. This places them squarely in the formative period of early Christianity, when different interpretations of Jesus' teachings were still competing for dominance. What makes these documents so extraordinary is that they represent voices that were eventually suppressed, declared heretical, and ordered destroyed by Orthodox Church authorities around 367 CE. Among the most famous texts in the collection is the Gospel of Thomas, which doesn't tell the story of Jesus' life like the canonical Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Instead, it consists of 114 sayings attributed to Jesus, many of which don't appear in the Bible. Some are familiar, let him who seeks continue seeking until he finds, while others are strikingly unfamiliar. If you bring forth what is within you, what you bring forth will save you. If you do not bring forth what is within you, what you do not bring forth will destroy you. These cryptic statements offer a very different picture of Jesus as a dispenser of secret wisdom, rather than a Messiah who died for humanity's sins. Another remarkable text is the Gospel of Philip, which suggests a special relationship between Jesus and Mary Magdalene, describing her as his companion whom he used to kiss on her mouth. This text also criticizes physical resurrection, a central tenet of Orthodox Christianity, suggesting instead that resurrection is a spiritual awakening that happens during life, not after death. Such ideas directly challenge the emerging Orthodox position and help explain why these texts were eventually suppressed. Perhaps most controversial is the Apocryphon of John, which presents a radically different creation story from Genesis. In this alternative cosmology, the material world wasn't created by the supreme God, but by a lower, imperfect deity called the Demiurge, often identified with Yahweh, the God of the Old Testament. This lesser God, born of celestial error, created humans not out of love but to serve as slaves, trapping divine sparks of the true God within material bodies. Salvation comes not through faith or good works, but through secret knowledge, gnosis, that awakens humans to their divine origin. This is classic Gnosticism, from the Greek word gnosis meaning knowledge. The Nag Hammadi texts revealed the true diversity and complexity of this movement, which many scholars now recognize as a significant competitor to proto-Orthodox Christianity in the religion's early centuries. Rather than a fringe cult, these documents suggest Gnosticism was a sophisticated theological system that attracted educated followers across the Roman Empire. The texts also challenge our understanding of early Christian attitudes toward women. Several Nag Hammadi documents, including the Gospel of Mary and the Sophia of Jesus Christ, feature female disciples receiving special teachings from Jesus. Mary Magdalene in particular is portrayed as having a privileged position, possessing deeper understanding than the male apostles who often appear jealous of her status. This suggests some early Christian communities may have been more egalitarian than the male-dominated church that eventually emerged. Why were these texts hidden away in that earthenware jar? Most scholars believe they belonged to a nearby monastery at Chenabascian and were secreted away for safekeeping after Bishop Athanasius of Alexandria issued his Easter letter of 367 CE. This famous decree ordered the destruction of apocryphal texts and established the canonical New Testament as we know it today. Rather than surrender their precious books to flames, it seems some monks hid them in the desert, perhaps hoping to retrieve them when the danger had passed. They never returned, and the texts remained hidden until Muhammad Ali's chance discovery nearly 16 centuries later. The significance of the Nag Hammadi find cannot be overstated. Before this discovery, most of what we knew about Gnostic teachings came from the writings of their opponents, Orthodox Church fathers who described these heresies only to refute them. The library allowed these alternative Christian voices to speak directly to the modern world for the first time, revealing a far more diverse early Christian landscape than previously understood. Some of the texts contain elements that seem almost science-fictional to modern readers. The paraphrase of Shem describes cosmic realms beyond the physical universe. The hypostasis of the archons tells of rulers of the cosmos called archons who control human destiny. The thunder, perfect mind presents a female divine figure who speaks in paradoxes. I am the first and the last. I am the honored one and the scorned one. These mystical concepts and cosmic mythologies reflect a spiritual worldview that feels more in common with Eastern philosophies than with conventional Western Christianity. The discovery raises profound questions. Why were these particular interpretations of Christianity suppressed? What might have happened if these alternative understandings had become dominant instead of the versions that eventually formed Orthodox doctrine? Would Christianity as we know it today be fundamentally different? Some scholars argue that core concepts from these texts, the divine spark within humans, the spiritual journey of self-discovery, the rejection of materialism, have periodically resurfaced throughout history in various mystical and esoteric traditions. Not surprisingly, the Nag Hammadi texts have been controversial since their translation and publication. Some traditional Christians view them as dangerous falsifications that could lead believers astray. Others, particularly those disenchanted with institutional religion, have embraced them as authentic early Christian teachings that were wrongfully suppressed. Popular works like Dan Brown's The Da Vinci Code, while taking significant creative liberties, brought these once obscure texts into mainstream consciousness by suggesting they contain hidden truths about Jesus and early Christianity. From a historical perspective, the significance of the library is clear. It provides crucial primary sources for understanding the rich diversity of early Christian thought before orthodoxy was firmly established. They show us that what we call Christianity today represents just one branch of a once much more varied tradition, with competing interpretations of Jesus' life and teachings that were eventually marginalized and nearly lost to history. What's particularly remarkable about these texts is their survival against overwhelming odds. Consider that the ancient world produced countless written works, the vast majority of which have been lost forever. That these fragile papyrus codices survived burial in the Egyptian desert for 16 centuries, then narrowly escaped being burned as cooking fuel, represents an almost miraculous preservation of voices that powerful authorities tried to silence. The contents of the Nag Hammadi library continue to fascinate scholars and spiritual seekers alike. Their mysterious, often poetic language offers glimpses of spiritual worlds and cosmic dramas that feel both ancient and somehow modern. They speak of inner divinity, cosmic consciousness, and spiritual awakening in ways that resonate with contemporary seekers who find themselves drawn to mystical experiences beyond conventional religious frameworks. Perhaps most importantly, these texts remind us that history is written by the winners. The version of Christianity that survived and flourished, the one that became institutionalized and spread worldwide, was just one interpretation among many. The Nag Hammadi texts represent the road not taken, alternative understandings of Jesus and his message that might have led Western religious development in entirely different directions had they not been suppressed. As we continue studying these remarkable documents, deciphering their complex symbolism and cryptic sayings, we're not just uncovering lost history, we're recovering lost possibilities, alternate spiritual paths that were once vibrant options before the standardization of Christian doctrine. In their mysterious pages, these forbidden texts continue whispering secrets across the centuries, challenging us to reconsider what we think we know about the foundations of Western religious thought. Ancient texts hold secrets, some coded, some concealed by time, and others hiding in symbols we've barely begun to understand. What we've uncovered today is just a fragment of the hidden knowledge scattered across history, waiting for curious minds to find the patterns. But with every answer comes a dozen new questions. If you enjoyed this journey into the forgotten and the forbidden, subscribe and explore our other deep dives into the unknown. Thanks for watching, and as always, until next time.